We also welcome his counterpart in the Office of Drainage Services and Water Resources, Engineer Olakunle Adegbite. We are also privileged to have with us the Permanent Secretary in the Lands Bureau, Mr. Kamar Olowoshago. Let me also welcome one of our guests. She is the Special Advisor to the Oyo State Governor on General Intervention and Donor Funding. Please welcome Mrs. Aderonke Adedayo. Let me also welcome our lead speaker on day one of the 10th Lagos International Climate Change Summit. Please put your hands together for Dora Modise. You are very much welcome. Let me also welcome one of our partners. He has been with us since yesterday. He's the president of Association of Waste Managers of Nigeria, Dr. Richard Adebola. Thanks for coming. We also welcome all our general managers. I've seen Engineer Adefem, General Manager, Lagos State Waste Management Office. You are very much welcome. Lagos State Wastewater Management Office, you are very much welcome. Without much ado, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to formally invite a former Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Professor Babajide Alo, to please step forward and give us a recap as well as a welcome. According to the timetable, Prof has just 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adeshino, Director of Public Relations of the Ministry. He knows professors talk too much. That's why I said it. I have 5 minutes, and I will do it in 3 minutes. Good morning, everybody. All protocols duly observed, but permit me to recognize the chairman of the House Committee on Environment, Greater Kokite, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Barrister Tokunbo Wahab, the two permanent secretaries in the ministry, we recognize you, and all protocols duly observed. The summit, the 10th Lagos State Summit, started yesterday with the theme, Accelerating Climate Finance and Championing Local Adaptation Initiatives. The summit started with a governor's forum, a governor's special session, in which the former governor of the state, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, together with the deputy governor of the state, who represented the governor of the state, in exploring where we started from, where we were coming from, and giving us a quick preview of how it all started, how we got to the decade of the summits. Immediately after that, we had our lead speaker, who is still with us, the Regional Africa Director for C40 Cities, Dora Modise, outlining strategies for exploring climate finance, listing potential sources of financing in country and from international parties. Then immediately after, we went into the technical session when we had Dr. Funsho Shumori from the AFDB in Kenya, who gave us methods and prospects for funding adaptation strategies, pointing out the present barriers to climate financing. Later on, we went on to plenary 2, which was led by the Chief Executive Officer of MTN Nigeria, the telecommunications conglomerate, who led us through localizing technology to upscale local adaptation initiatives using strategies of thinking globally but acting locally. He gave a lot of evidence from MTN activities in arriving at that. From all of it, we had also international speakers who joined us by Zoom on each of all the panels, and we were therefore able to benefit. Even though they were unable to arrive in Nigeria, we were able to benefit from what we had from them. Then we indeed had even the private sector with us, particularly on the issue of scaling, localizing technology for local adaptation initiatives. Overall, yesterday was successful in the sense that we came out with thinking globally and acting locally as the cliche for that day. It was shared with us by CEO of MTN, demonstrating what MTN was doing with respect to ensuring that even though there were international technologies, but they were adapting to local arrangements. So that was how yesterday went, and we were able to get all our panelists, all our discussants to make robust contributions to the theme of the 10th Summit. Thank you very much, and I welcome everybody to this series of presentations, which we are anticipating will just be as robust as we had yesterday. Thank you very much. The MC, he thought 3 minutes that I said would not be 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Adaptation. Watch it.
Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to also welcome the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on the Environment, Engineer Olakunle Rotimi Akodu. Thanks for coming. Let me also welcome, in a representational capacity, the Chairman of Etiosa Local Government, Honorable Bankole Adeshegun Said. He's been represented here today by the Supervisor for Works, Honorable Mayegun Abiodun. Please let's appreciate him. We also welcome our former Permanent Secretary, a retired Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, Mrs. Belinda Aderonke Odeneye. Members of ESCO, permanent secretaries, all other courtesies duly extended. We'll now go on straight to the first plenary session for today, which is the third plenary session altogether. The topic is how cities can assess climate finance. And the speaker will be the Global Senior Manager, CFO Network for African Cities, City Finance Team. She is Ms. Uzoka Jarrett Amandla. Ms. Uzoka Jarrett Amandla. Oh, please, let's appreciate her. You're welcome, madam. She's the lead speaker. Also on that panel, please come up, ma. Also on that panel, the lead speaker will be speaking on how cities can assess climate finance. Also to speak is Let me welcome some of the discussants. Let me welcome some of the discussants. First, I'll welcome the partner and head, Enterprise Risk and ESG Services, KPMG, in the person of Tomi Adepoju. Tomi Adepoju. A round of applause for her, please. Let us also welcome from the Bank of Industry. Our invitee is the Divisional Head Corporate and Financial Advisory, Leonard Kange, but he will be represented here today by Yinka Adegboye, who is the DGM Corporate Finance and Advisory Services, Bank of Industry. A round of applause for him. We are also going to have on the panel the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi, who is going to speak on exploring climate finance in Lagos, strategies, opportunities, partnerships, and projects. This particular plenary session will be moderated by the Managing Partner, Office Lord Consulting, Mr. Jonathan Ikeolumba, FCCA. Okay, he's making his way. Let's appreciate him, please. Mr. Jonathan Ikeolumba, FCCA, Managing Partner, Office Lord Consulting. Mr. Moderator, sir, you're welcome. My job is done for now. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. All protocols are duly observed. I think we'll just get into our session by starting with what I'll call a keynote sort of presentation. So it's my pleasure to welcome our keynote presenter.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Okay. Hi, sorry, can we just go straight to the start? Yep. Okay, fantastic. Thank you again for the organizers for inviting me here. I'm so happy to be here. So I am part Nigerian as well, and it has been a long, long while. So when I got the opportunity to come to the summit, it was something I just couldn't say no to, especially representing C40s in this capacity. So essentially, I am the Global Senior Manager for our CFO Network for African Cities. It's a new initiative, a Pan-Africanist initiative, really focused on bringing together CFOs, budgetary holders across Africa, and working with them to support them accessing climate finance. So essentially, the session today is going to be really kind of looking at accessing climate finance from a Pan-Africanist viewpoint. I'm going to provide a lot of case study examples and nuggets of kind of advice and learnings that I have learned in this capacity in managing the CFO network. So you'll see from the agenda, it's, as well as a presentation, it's going to be very interactive. I'm going to start off with an icebreaker just to know who is in the room. Then I'm going to move on to provide some background information on climate finance. And then, because I want this session to also be very much focused one of the major priorities is delivering resilient infrastructure. And in terms of finance, the priority are things like waste, water, and transport to really enhance the city's resilience against climate change. So this is why when we are talking about climate finance, it's also really important to understand the linkage to infrastructure and infrastructure development. Okay, so now I just want to provide some information on the climate finance landscape in Africa. For cities to borrow, as well as looking at the project planning element. A lot of municipalities, especially in the work that we do at C40, we see that they really struggle to push their projects from the planning stage to the feasibility stage. If projects do not have a financial feasibility plan, this impacts the ability for really large-scale investment to come in, because investors, especially the ones that actually can finance, we're not talking about the grants or concessional loans, but the investors that actually can finance really large-scale climate projects are looking to get a return on their investments. They're looking to get financial feasibility. So if, according to McKinsey, 90% of infrastructure projects in Africa are failing at the planning stage, this is an additional hindrance to cities in Africa accessing climate finance. And also another area we really need to kind of talk about in this conversation is the gaps in the current access to finance offer. This is something that actually we talked about a lot in yesterday's session, and we talked about the fact that a lot of climate finance is really coming from public sources, mainly in development finance institutions, which I think is we understand why they are very impact driven, but these aren't necessarily the people we need to be tapping into. It's essentially really the private sector. Subnational financial intermediaries, so organizations even like C40 cities, other organizations that can act as an intermediary between municipalities, cities, and the private sector have a role to play, but they also face massive constraints. They can provide technical assistance. For instance, C40, we have our project preparation facility, which I'm going to talk about in a later slide. We provide technical assistance to help cities, demonstrate commercial viability. But there's actually a lot more we can do. Subnational financial intermediaries, for instance, have a role in helping cities to demonstrate that they, can fulfill their financial obligations, help them gain a credit history, and really show their capabilities and opportunities to pay back, the finance so that they can actually attract private sector investment. And as I mentioned, previously, the lack of many cities and municipalities in Africa not having a credit history also impedes them from, accessing crucial private investments. Also, as I mentioned in previous slides, the difficulties cities have in developing feasibility studies. Okay, so I've talked a lot about the challenges, a bit of the doom and gloom in this, but this can actually be broadly categorized in 4 types. When we talk about the challenges that cities in Africa face accessing climate finance, we can look at the municipality level. We can say that some municipalities do find it difficult, for instance, to develop bankable project pipelines, accessing funding and financing opportunities, and forming partnerships. In some of the work I do at C40 cities, I've seen that a lot of cities struggle, in particular, to have those partnerships with the private sector. These are crucial because a lot of the investors that we have spoken to do say that they're only willing to finance cities if the private sector, for instance, may come in as an enabler, or if they're willing to, if a city shows that they can actually partner with the private sector through PPPs. So the difficulties that cities have in these areas I've mentioned above are some of the kind of critical barriers that they may face. But it's also, not good just to kind of focus internally. We should also consider the wider infrastructure. The finance infrastructure also doesn't make it easy for cities in Africa to access finance. there is something called the Urban Governance Challenge. This denotes the fact that a lot of climate finance is actually dispersed on the national level as opposed to the subnational level. At C40, we do see this quite a lot in the work that we do. We have something called the Urban Municipal Development Fund, which is actually driven by the Africa Development Bank, and essentially this funding because adaptation projects may take around 10 to 15 years to actually have the impact materialize, means that they're not prioritized. And this isn't necessarily, fair, and it's an impediment for cities, especially in Africa, to access climate finance. Another area we can look at are local government structures. So one of the key reasons why we are driven to have this CFO network for African cities is that statistically has shown that when CFOs, budgetary holders are involved in climate projects, it's more likely that these projects will actually be implemented. So the fact that a lot of, climate change management tends to be done in service delivery departments, in sustainability departments, whereas the finance officials tend to be focused more so on budgetary work, regulations, and compliance, means that these, crucial officials aren't necessarily so immersed in climate change projects. And of course, something that we've talked about, and I think we're all really aware of, is the issue of financial health, suboptimal tax collection, low own source revenues, which then precludes cities from being able to finance critical climate actions. And so I've categorized these these challenges in these ways, because this actually leads on to the next icebreaker, whereby I'm asking you to, again, please go back into your phones. And then I'd also like to get your opinion on, which one of these challenges that I have discussed just now do you think is the largest challenge preventing cities in Africa from accessing climate finance? Do you think the issue is mostly capacity? Do you think the issue really lies on the municipality level, the inability for officials to actually, apply for the right funding, develop bankable project pipelines? Or do you think the issue is really rooted in the infrastructure at whole? Do you think that's where the change should really be focused on? Or do you think the issue is, as simple as local government structures? If we had, finance officials and other critical stakeholders involved in the right projects, financing would be, more kind of accessible. And lastly, do you think the issue is more so about fiscal health? So I'll just I'll just give you maybe a couple more minutes. If you could just go and get onto your phones, use the same codes and answer this question. It might actually help if I actually move the slide, which I don't think I've done. So if you just give me a moment to do that. Okay, so if you all refresh your screens now, you should be able to answer the next question. Okay, seems like there's a tie between capacity and financial infrastructure. Okay, and finance infrastructure seems to be taking the lead. That's good. I actually don't disagree. I think it's a good point. Great. So I think it's quite clear that a lot of you think that the issue, the religion barrier affecting African cities from accessing climate finance is the finance infrastructure. And that just means that when we are looking at solutions, subnational financial intermediaries like C40 cities and other institutions, that we need to look at not just, supporting the capacity of municipalities, but also how can we enact change on that wider systematic level. So just in the interest of time, I will now kind of move on to the next session. I'm just going to move slides. Okay, so now we've talked about some of the challenges. Let's move on now to the solutions. Okay, so something else I just want to highlight before I move on to the solutions is that when we are looking at influence and urban financial outcomes, especially as a network really dedicated to this, we need to look at solutions in 3 different levels. We need to look at, the national level. What can we be doing to ensure that the governance and fiscal systems cities fall under actually help them better plan, regulate, and finance their climate actions? The other thing we, of course, need to do is focus on the capacity of cities themselves. We need to support them to have a better remit for planning and financing their projects, costing them effectively, as well as mobilizing and attracting other sources of finance, whether this is through partnerships, whether this is through training, and this is another area we need to focus on, that direct city-level support. And then thirdly, when we are looking at solutions for cities to access climate finance, we also need to really look at the matchmaking mechanism. How can we ensure that cities are actually being connected to the right climate investments? How can we ensure that they're really being matched to the right financing instruments that also enable them to achieve their other city mandates, as well as, of course, climate action? Okay, so in this session, I'm just going to provide some kind of short-term solutions, so immediate practical things that cities can be doing to help them better access climate finance. So one, of course, is building internal capabilities to apply for funding opportunities. This could be as simple as, for instance, developing a database of funding options, appointing a fund manager who has these expertise, has the knowledge of the climate finance landscape to better support other teams. Something that we have seen that has worked successfully has been the city of Swane in South Africa. They have set up a city sustainability unit, and essentially this unit supports climate mainstreaming on the municipal level. They work with other departments in the city, ensure that projects are being, actually characterized as being climate projects, and also support them in funding climate funding opportunities. Fundamentally, if cities want a better chance of accessing climate finance, they also need to ensure that they practice good governance and fiscal management, strengthening expenditure side systems, as well as seeking revenue enhancements. It's also really important that, common things, especially that CFOs do, like capital investment planning, is climate conscious, and that budgeting and expenditure management are also done very well so that they attract private sector lending. Okay, and in this next slide, it's kind of just a representation of how improving expenditure systems and revenue generation actually allows cities to access more diversified forms of climate finance. From CCFLA, it just shows, for instance, in the lower left side, if a city is focusing on improving the expenditure side, firstly, they can ensure that their basic urban functions are operating well, and then they can go into ensuring that, for instance, their capital investment plan is climate informed. Simultaneously on the revenue side, they need to ensure that they are doing the basics first. So, for instance, ensuring that own source revenue collection is effective and optimal. Also ensuring that, they are getting revenues from development charges and impact fees. And then, once they've done all of these, they're more likely to, be able to progress, access more diversified forms of financing, not just own source revenue. Look to, for instance, borrowing from the municipal level and also issuing green bonds. So this representation just shows the importance of really starting from the bottom and then moving up, and cities then being able to, access more diversified forms of financing once their operations are in order. And in this slide, it's just a few, nuggets of advice that we got from the former CFO of Etaquini, called Krish Kumar. He was responsible he was partly responsible for Etaquini being able to spearhead the international credit rating to a AA+. And he actually gave us some really good advice at our last convening in Kenya. He really emphasized the importance of cities operating with a business mindset, being proactive and maintaining high standards. So, of course, this just really kind of correlates with good governance. For instance, in terms of operating like a business, only borrowing when there is a potential for growth. Also ensuring that, when you are adopting a capital investment plan, that you're really thinking of the long term. You're also embedding, more of a climate conscious framework to that capital investment planning. It's also really important to attract, perhaps private capital. You're not just considering good project planning, but also innovative credit enhancement. This is because at this point of time, the market conditions do not recognize the value of environmental, social, and economic externalities and risks. The side effect of this means that sustainable infrastructure is very expensive to plan, design, and build. and, requires then larger project preparation budgets. And so, for instance, in terms of innovative credit enhancements, blended finance approaches can potentially help to bridge this gap. So here is just a kind of a guide from Convergence, and it just outlines 4 kind of blended finance structures. I really want to pay attention to the 2, where it talks about the potential of using grant funding from public or philanthropic funders to then help cities demonstrate their commercial viability. And I want to kind of talk about these examples in particular because, through our project preparations facility, the C40 Cities Finance Facility, this is the support that we can provide to cities and prepare them for, blended finance structuring. So this graph here kind of shows how the C40 City Finance Facility works. From the beginning, we first work with selecting cities. Cities have to apply to this project preparation facility. And then when they get started, it's all about organizing the project. The cities sign a memorandum of understanding. They're supported to define the project. At this point of time, the steering committee is also established, and this includes the identification of a financial official, because they've seen through doing CFF for around 10 years or so now that it's important to have a financial focal point involved in the project. Cities who then apply for this initiative are then guided through a technical project feasibility, the financial viability stage, and also the business case development before they are then linked to finance. So again, just kind of highlighting this process because, this is an example of using grant funding to help cities demonstrate their commercial viability before the blended finance approach can be taken. Another opportunity for cities is specifically to access climate finance, of course, relying on some national financial intermediaries, such as development agencies like the French Development Agency. We've recently worked with them, and we're aware that they are advertising 2 million in technical assistance to help municipalities in things like developing a project pipeline, organizing awareness and promotional activities for them to gain different stakeholders and partnerships in their projects, and also integrating climate features into their projects. So especially those of you from cities in the room, I would really encourage you to, consider applying for this opportunity. It's been ongoing, I think, since September of last year, and I'm very happy to provide the contact details of the fund manager. Another kind of short-term support that cities can be doing to kind of access climate finance is, of course, thinking about the matchmaking mechanisms. How best can they, align their projects to national interests? The opportunities for cities to work with other cities to then source projects and treat these projects, source funding for the projects and treat them as one project. So other things that cities could do is also kind of connect to digital public pipelines. There are, for instance, tools such as Source or Cities Investment Portal that cities can register and advertise their projects to connect to financiers, whether from the public and the private sector. Okay, so in the previous slides, I talked a lot about short-term solutions, enabling cities to access climate finance, but it's important to acknowledge that there also are limitations to just thinking about the short term. So for instance, blended finance structuring approaches, this is really important, and it's definitely a solution, but it's not necessarily a sustainable solution for African cities to directly access climate finance, as it doesn't really deal with the trust deficit and the issues of that kind of at scale. It's also important to note, especially from the last icebreaker, that reforms are also required on the national level and within the global finance system. So in this kind of last couple of slides, I'll be looking at more medium and long-term solutions that cities should be taking if they want to better access climate finance. And one of the key ones is really on, national level engagement. It's very crucial that when we're talking about helping municipalities access climate finance, that we don't, ignore the importance of the national level, especially in Africa. This is because national governments, they establish the guidelines and the regulations that kind of determine cities' subnational governments borrowing and the limitations of that. They approve debt management, they authorize cities to borrow and issue loan guarantees. And so it's really important that the national government is involved in this discussion. For instance, if we look at Kenya, in 2016, they passed their Climate Change Act, and then they subsequently passed the National Climate Policy. Both these reforms have really helped to mainstream climate change planning in the country, as well as budgeting in the national and the country governments in Kenya. So now, because of these reforms, national actors can better track, report, and allocate climate finance flows. Finance is now better aggregated, meaning that national governments can work collaboratively with county governments and provide them with capacity and technical assistance, as well as climate finance. And we see this through kind of World Bank Group programs such as FLOCA, which some of you may be aware of. So now I've just kind of provided an overall kind of solutions and practical advice on this topic. I just want to provide an overview of the approach that we are taking within the C40 CFO network for African cities. So what we are trying to do is that we're really focused on data-driven capacity building and technical assistance to support cities in the right areas. For instance, at this point of time, we're procuring a consultant to do a climate finance needs assessment so we understand, what are the institutional and capacity barriers preventing cities in Africa from accessing climate finance. We're also looking at doing financial benchmarking, where we will then, operationalize the financial health of cities and then use this information to underpin our network activities. Whilst we are doing this, we are also supplementing this data-driven approach with more kind of national level and investor engagement with cities. For instance, at the summit, we've had a role in organizing the investor forum, which will be in a few hours today. We also support cities by providing with training and pitch presentation, and we're also really focused on doing investor roundtables that are more municipal driven. So that's the end of my discussion, but of course, I love my icebreakers, so we have a final one to do. If you could all, again, for the final time, please go into your phones and just let me know, based on the discussion today, which area do you think we need to focus on to help cities in Africa better access climate finance? Do you think the focus really should be on enhancing the internal capacity of municipalities? Or do you think we should really focus on embedding good governance in municipalities? Or should the focus be on, cementing that relationship between the subnational and national level? Or should we just provide very kind of quick, practical solutions, helping cities connect more with funders, financiers, and credit enhancement mechanisms? I'm now just going to move the Mentimeter on so you can actually vote on this slide. Okay, so I've just moved it, so you all should be able to kind of vote on the next Mentimeter. Okay, this one's interesting. It actually seems to be quite close. But yes, it seems like everyone is saying, I think enhancing internal capacity, should be the focus. That's interesting. That's interesting, especially because most people voted that the issue was more to do with the financial architecture. Okay, I'll just give it a few more moments. Okay, great. So I think there's a clear winner. So from all of you, I'm getting the impression that within the CFO network, we need to focus on enhancing internal capacity of our municipalities. That's useful. Thank you. Great. I think I'm finished. So, yes. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so one more time, can we please give Mrs. Zokai a round of applause? Okay, so first of all, thank you. That was very insightful, and I liked the way we used the Mentimeter to sort of also engage, to feel the pulse of the audience. So we are going to get into a plenary discussion where we actually will make an attempt to broach the subject matter on climate finance, especially from the perspective of Lagos State. Let me also say that although I've got 3 of them here with me on the panel, we are actually joined by a 5th person. We have Dr. Moritala Abiodun, who is the Lagos State Permanent Secretary, Accountant General, STAO, but will be represented virtually by Mr. Tajuddin Mahmood, the Director of Monitoring and Investigation. So just a confirmation that we have him online and that he can hear us. Is that possible? Is it possible to hear his voice as well?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, good morning.
I'm Tajuddin Mahmood, representing the Adaptation General, Lagos State.
All right. Okay, so nice to have you join us. Okay, so we will get into the panel discussion, but I wanted to get like an opening salvo from everyone. Ms. Uzoka said the context for us, but just to get just some opening salvo around your thoughts on climate financing, especially from the perspective of Lagos State government. There's quite a lot we'll get into, but just an opening salvo. So I'll start with Ms. Tomi.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Zoka, for the insightful presentation. As I listen to her and just look at Lagos State and some of the things we know about them, it does seem as if we are taking the right steps in the right direction, because there are a number of things that she has actually mentioned that Lagos State seems to be getting right. For example, I mean, yesterday we were told that we've actually set up a department that focuses on climate resilient issues, which is a step in the right direction because that helps us to be able to aggregate all that we are doing. I also know that Lagos State has gone into several partnerships that assist. For example, getting into partnership with C40 and being a member of C40. That definitely enables the states to be able to have access to best practice, what other states are doing, and they can actually then bring that on board in terms of what it needs to do here. I also know that there's been a lot of private public partnerships that Lagos State has also gone into, just trying to secure funding, and also even getting some international providers like FSD Africa to be able to partner with them and deal with things relating to flooding. So there is a lot we are doing. Of course, that doesn't mean that there is no room for improvement, and that's why we are here today. Thank you.
There's a lot. Please, I'll come back to you, Mrs. Toby, around capacity building, which was something that came out very strong as part of the challenges. But let's hear from Mr. Yinka representing BOI.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's really exciting to be here. A lot of things have been discussed. We all know the concept of climate financing. There are huge opportunities out there, but there are significant gaps, especially when it comes to Africa, in terms of even understanding how to structure deals, how to monitor and evaluate, and creating the right structures. But, we all know what Lagos State stands for. If you take Lagos State as a country, Lagos State is about the fourth or fifth largest economy in Africa, right? And it's in a class of its own compared to most of the other states in Nigeria, especially when it comes to putting structures in place, putting policies in place, creating the right partnerships. So a lot of work has been done, but obviously there's always that room to do more. I don't want to go into details of, some other things we'll be discussing as we go along, but looking at the key areas in climate financing when it comes to either mitigation or adaptation, you have to have a right balance of both. You can't, they're complementary. You can't do one and not do the other. So as we get into the conversations further, more insights will be provided. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tajuddin, your thoughts? And I would like you to keep it brief because my very first question will come to you. So just keep it brief on your thoughts on climate financing for Lagos.
Lagos State, as you know, is a proactive state when it comes to climate financing. And you all know that of recent, we secure a loan from the World Bank to finance our rail capacity to use transportation and reduce emission. Also, by the third quarter of this year, we are planning to have a 14.815 post-green bond. This is as a result of proactive plans of the states financing climate change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Tajudena. You kept it very simple. So one of the challenges from the presentation that we heard from Mrs. Zoka was around finance infrastructure. And if I wanted to delve into that, there were things like, states or cities having issues like suboptimal taxes, poor national credit ratings. There were things like, the climate budgets. So I wanted to ask you, do you think that applies to Lagos? So do you think Lagos is dealing with these finance infrastructure issues? I could guess what my answer is, but I want to hear from you. And to that extent, what does that then speak to the capacity now of Lagos to really harness a lot of climate financing? So it's like a two question in one. I hope you got that. Do those finance infrastructure I said, do those finance infrastructure issues apply to Lagos State? And if, depending on your answer, what does that then mean for the opportunity to harness more climate financing?
As far as Lagos State is concerned, we don't have any problem harnessing financing for climate change or anything, whatever, because our credit rating internationally, we are AA, and that shows that we are credit worthy, and we have the capacity to harness whatever resources that we need for whatever in project that we intend to have, to embark on.
Okay, so Mrs. Zoka, here you have it. He's just confirmed that Lagos State is fine, and around infrastructure, that there's really no impediment in accessing some of this finance. So, but I'll come back to you. I wanted to speak to Mr. Yinka. In her presentation, she spoke about the fact that most of the climate financing comes from the public, or are quite public-led, if I'll put it that way. And there's also a big opportunity for private sector involvement in terms of capital, directing capital towards climate financing. So my question is, how can we have a lot of private capital flowing in that direction in terms of climate financing, especially for cities like Lagos? How can private capital funding come in that direction as well?
Okay, thank you very much. I work for a development finance institution, right? And we were very much ingrained in this space. There are huge opportunities out there, in terms of funding, right? But you, as an entity, whether private or public, you simply have to demonstrate your capacity to be able to that, first of all, that you have the right structures in place, right? And you have the capacity to put together bankable transactions. If you are not able to do that, you would not get these funds, right? I'll give you some examples, even from our experience as in Bank of Industry. Between Global Environment Facility and Green Climate Fund, they have sponsored and executed projects worth over $200 billion in developing countries, right? And alongside that pot of funds, they've also provided grants of at least $50 billion, right? So if you can put together, your policies, your institutions, which most of us have, in Nigeria, we don't struggle with that. But when it comes to actually packaging these deals or these projects that you have, we struggle. And beyond that, you must also demonstrate that you're able to monitor and evaluate the impact of what these projects would achieve. So those are very key fundamentals that if you do not demonstrate that you have these capabilities and structures in place, you would struggle. So we talk about, private capital. A lot of institutions, private institutions are getting into this space because we know that Africa, there are huge opportunities when it comes to climate financing in Africa. And we also know that it's also a known fact that Africa contributes the least, less than 4%, when it comes to greenhouse gases, right? But Africa would suffer more than all the other continents put together in the event that some of these things crystallize. We depend a lot on agriculture, we depend a lot on natural resources. There are various statistics that will tell you that by 2050, over 250 million Africans would actually be homeless because of all sorts of, weather issues, tornadoes, floods, and the rest of them. And agriculture, we depend largely on agriculture and natural resources. There are lots of things going on out there that will render a lot of African economies, really go down under and, belly up in even surviving. So there are lots of opportunities, and there's a lot of strong private capital that is going on in there. But the huge resources that you can get from this institution, multilateral, supranational institutions, they come with very flexible characteristics, and also a lot of them in grant. And most of these grant opportunities are actually targeted at building capacity to be able to put together bankable transactions and be able to monitor and evaluate progress. And this would also spur more opportunities for you to get more funds. So on a general note, I think that's where I would like to stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you've made the point. There's still a lot of opportunities for more private capital to flow in this direction. You also spoke about also grant opportunities there. And that ties into what she was saying in her presentation around blended finance, looking at public finance, private finance, and all the combinations we can find of different capital types. So maybe I go back to you, Mr. Zoka, in your presentation. One thing that struck me was you spoke about blended finance not being sustainable for cities. Is that something you could build on a bit more to really understand that context? You had something in your slide about blended finance not being sustainable for cities here. So put in context Lagos, right? Can you bring it closer to Lagos? Why would you make that point?
Okay, sure. So yes, so what I was saying when I made the point about blended finance and it not so being a sustainable solution is because it's, not necessarily not sustainable, but it's not really, something that enables cities to directly access financing in the longer term, because again, cities are relying on, say, public funding first, and then they're relying on maybe an institutional investor to come in and kind of sort out a structure that is most appropriate. It doesn't deal with the fact that what we're seeing, especially C40 cities, is that a lot of lenders don't want to loan to cities because there are all these preconceptions that may be true or just perceived, just that, cities will not, fulfill their financial obligations. So it's good, obviously, for, projects, depending on the project type, because of course I know that blended finance, it can't be applied to all types of projects and sectors. It works in some sectors more than others, but it's not really a sustainable solution. Really what we should be focusing on, especially some national financial intermediaries like kind of C40 cities, is just improving the fiscal management of cities so that they can directly access financing without having to rely on, public funding first and then some type of approach to them crowding private investment. That's what I meant by that. Sorry, I wasn't able to contextualize it to Lagos, but that's what I meant, that it's a good solution, but it's more so kind of a one-off solution. It's not something that's going to solve the issue of municipalities in particular accessing financing directly because the private sector does not want to, support them directly.
Very good point, and I think it's also very strong. It's also a very strong point, and that's where I'll go to Ms. Tommy. I think there's a lot around it on capacity building, and she also spoke in her presentation about some funding for technical assistance as well that also does reside. Make the case on capacity building. Funny enough, it didn't come out tops when we ran the poll. Maybe it could be a function of the numbers, I don't know. But just make the point on why capacity building is very strong in accessing, climate finance for Lagos State, importantly.
Okay, thank you very much. If I just look at the two questions you've asked them, if you look at the available sustainable finance globally, it's projected to be in trillions of dollars in the nearest future.
True.
And when you look at the African countries that have been able to access this, you will find out that Nigeria is actually far behind. It's been more of Kenya, Ghana. Nigeria isn't really accessing this. And if you ask yourself, why are we not being able to access it? And that ties to your first question. Yes, we are doing a lot, but there's still a lot to be done. Most of these multinational development agencies would prefer a situation where you have something like you've developed a robust, detailed financing strategy. What exactly do you want to do? Where are these bankable projects? Yeah. You have a multitude of bankable projects projected over several years. So they know that when they give the funding, it can be revolved and it can move to different things. They would also have preferred to see standalone vehicle that is protected from changes in government, you understand? And that standalone vehicle is actually warehousing both the current climate initiatives and any future one you want to do, because what that then does is that it's able to provide track records for them. They are also able to see the credit worthiness of that particular state, and so it's easier to be able to access finance from that perspective. So that may be something that actually needs to be considered, because when you look at all that's been done today, it's done in pockets across various departments or divisions or entities, but you probably want to have a single corporation that actually warehouses all that is being done, and that can actually be the entity going out to go and, get the funding on behalf of the state. Part of what also needs to happen, which he mentioned, is that accountability and transparency to be able to say this funding that I've provided to you, what exactly have you used it for? And that would lead to the impact assessment that needs to happen on a periodic basis to say that what is the impact of the fund we've utilized, either on the society, on environment, or even on what exactly is going on. And to be able to do that, you need independent consultants to be able to help you do that would give comfort to the other party. So I'm coming back to your question. And then also, as you do all of those projects, you need to then be able to carry out periodic monitoring and evaluation from onset to say that this project we're trying to get into, what's the plan? Are we achieving the plan? Are we on track? And if we are not on track, what do we need to do to be able to change? Now, all of this requires deep technical skills. And most often, the state may not have access to those technical skills. So the only way to be able to get that done is to have access to subject matter experts and make greater use of them to be able to do some of these things. Carry out a lot of capacity building, training courses, both for the government officers as well as even the general public. There was a jingle that was shown yesterday about a lady in a small truck that was talking about somebody throwing litter on the ground. That was so impactful, because whether you are educated or you are not educated, that already tells you what the kind of plastic waste we are seeing and what we need to stop doing, even as a society. So investing more in that to educate the general public, sending people out more for training, and actually opening up general discussion and awareness will really help in the area of capacity building.
Thank you so much. I think she's made a very strong point on capacity building, and I know so much that Ms. Tomi is not short of understanding where subject matter experts we can find them. Mr. Tajuddin, let me come to you. One of the critical things that we identified, and Ms. Uzoka shared in her presentation, was around governance, and she also spoke about governance even at the level of the local governments. And so I want to pose a question to how much will the local governments be involved? If you take some of our local governments here in Lagos, right, many of them really are quite situated in our coastal areas, right? So how much do we have those local governments or LCDAs also involved in governance around some of the things we are trying to do to be able to really catalyze this funding and also ensure that there's accountability at that level?
So, one of the first things that hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so Lagos State local government have the capacity to and even access finances on their own, because Lagos State itself has laid examples on how governance should be. For instance, when we are talking about what gives confidence to public on the governance of states, one of those things is sound fiscal policy. Our budget is well laid out and is there on the for public to see online, and it's often published annually. Also, we have quarterly budget review, tell the public how budget that we have said we wanted to spend and how we have spent, which is part of the account. Also, Lagos State, we prepare a financial statement on an annual basis and prepare it to time. And this is also online, and it's on Lagos State website for everyone to access. And this is the same culture in which all the local government in the states follow. Recently, we just finished a program that is organized by Lagos State. We call it accountability, fiscal accountability and accountability program for local government, which is fashioned after the state fiscal accountability, which is organized by the federal government and in conjunction with the World Bank. So the essence is to ensure that as Lagos State leads in accountability to the public, local government also imbibe that culture. And accountability is one of those major factors that actually enhance the good governance. When you tell people what you are doing with their money and the taxes they are paying, people will have confidence in the government to pay taxes and to respond to call of government to pay charges and taxes. So this is one of those things that we felt we enhance governance and should put the confidence of the states, the government of the citizens and the government and the government of the state and local government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll begin to get into some final concluding thoughts, but I wanted to come back again to Ms. Uzoka. You spoke in your presentation about what you call SFIs, subnational financial intermediaries. Do you want to give us some examples of some that you think Lagos State, I'm just looking at partnerships now, some that Lagos State can sort of harness in terms of if we were to chart a course for Lagos State going forward?
Sure, of course. So of course, the ones I mentioned, especially in the presentation, C40 cities, I know obviously Lagos is a member, but I'm not too sure, for instance, if they have been involved in CFF before, our project preparation facility, which helps, cities commercialize their projects. So that would be a good one in terms of just, upping the involvement with C40, getting involved with more that we have to offer, especially because we're really taking climate finance into the next level and that type of support. And the other one I mentioned, in particular, the French Development Agency's City Risk Guarantee Program, especially the Technical Assistance Fund, because this is practically open, I think, to all African cities outside of North Africa. So I know even just kind of having spoken to Mr. Bankole and trying to support them in some of their projects, I was actually speaking to FDA about some of the projects, and they are very interested. But I think, as I think was mentioned on the panel before, just the importance of packaging projects correctly so that other stakeholders like, FDA can get involved and very easily provide support.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Enka, your thoughts on partnerships? Lagos is perhaps, in the top 5 big economies across the continent. And to be able to harness the opportunities in climate finance, partnerships is key. So your thoughts around strategic partnerships for Lagos State in doing this?
I think fundamentally, strategic partnerships is very vital for success in any sort of venture you're into. Because you can't operate in a vacuum. You can't operate all by yourself, right? And for us, a Bank of Industry, that's one thing that we take very seriously. We are currently in partnership with Lagos State government, but speaking specifically to climate financing, maybe I should just provide a brief as to some of the opportunities that are out there. I know the presenter mentioned a number of opportunities, but they're huge opportunities, and they cover different grounds. Right, so even starting from the supranationals, like I said, the likes of United Nations, the likes of the EU, African Union, even ECOWAS, they have strong links with a lot of these fund providers. And so it's vital for, state governments and even private institutions like ourselves to get into such partnerships because it expands the opportunities. Beyond that, you also have, even at the national level, right, one of the ways through which you can reach out to a lot of these fund providers abroad are through national designated authorities. These are institutions that are set up by sovereign governments. For example, for Nigeria, our NDA, we call them NDA, National Designated Authorities, is the National Council for Climate Change.
Yeah.
Right. So they provide an opportunity. We are trying to access to become accredited by the Green Climate Fund, and the requirement really by the GCF is to go through NCCC, because they've set up standards just so that they can, standardize the process. So that's a partnership which I think will be vital for, I want to take it for granted that Lagos State government would already have that relationship. It provides huge opportunities. And even down to institutions like ourselves, we currently have a fund from French Development Agency, 100 million euros, to provide financing to, adaptation and mitigation projects. We've obtained 50 million euros. We're getting the second 50 million euros. And like I mentioned, capacity building is always a factor. We have 2.5 million euros out of this fund to build our capacity as an institution, our staff, and even for the beneficiaries, so that they can help them in putting together the right structures and the right processes in place to be able to succeed in what they do. And for us, to provide us with the ability to be able to properly, coach beneficiaries, and also to be able to analyze such projects. So in climate finance, you cannot, downplay the importance of being in strategic partnerships with a lot of institutions, and not just about the financing, capacity building, and also even knowledge sharing amongst yourselves in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Tommy, I wanted you to wrap this for us in terms of what else do you say again to Lagos State? It looks like most of the boxes, they are ticking it right. So what else can we say? Do you see any challenges you think they might need to overcome as we sort of look at them as a city that is capable of really harnessing the climate financing opportunity?
Yeah, I think in as much as we're doing the things in the right direction, I think some of the things we've said earlier are very important. In addition to that, ensuring that we have a pipeline of bankable projects are very important. And as we have that pipeline of bankable projects, being able to prioritize them into the ones that can actually give the greatest impact to the states will be important. Being able to pull our stories together in an impact assessment report that we can showcase to the external world in terms of this is what we are doing, this is the impact we've been able to make, that's going to be critical. And for that to also happen, being able to have making better use of technology and digital tools to be able to get the data and pull it together into a report, that's going to be very critical going forward. Particularly where things are being done across various departments, it's always a struggle to be able to put the story together. But we must tell our story. We must be out there where, at different fora, I think Lagos State was at the last COP. That needs to happen continuously. We need to be there to tell our story, but pull it together into a proper story that can be told.
Thank you so much. I thought you sort of tied everything together. And so what I would say is, in wrapping this up, would there be any final thoughts from the members of the panel? I'll start with the keynote speaker. Do you have a final thought to just share?
Not so many, but I'm just really appreciate having the opportunity to be here, learn more about Lagos. I'm really kind of assured by the fact that you don't necessarily have issues that we see some of the other African cities having, and having that kind of credit rating. If the issues are really just to do with capacity, that's honestly that's not going to be too difficult, I believe, to deal with. So I think things are looking really good for Lagos State, and I'm really excited to continue working with the city.
Okay, Ms. Tommy.
Lagos is a shining light in Nigeria in terms of the kind of things to be done. I don't think other states have done as much as Lagos has done. but definitely there's room for improvement. Let's continue to do more. Let's also ensure that we are holding people accountable. There's governance and it can be seen. We talked about local government.
Yeah.
We do need to have more presence when it comes to local government in terms of what they are doing. We are doing a lot in the area of flooding. But when you look at the various local government, you see that the flood actually is starting there because the refuse and the plastic waste is getting into the gutter. And sometimes you want to ask yourself, don't we have a local government chairman? What exactly are they doing? So holding people accountable is going to be very key going into the future so that we are not just doing something at the state level, but it's permeating to all areas that it should go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Accountability is key, and also getting the local governments involved as well. Okay, Inka.
So we've said a lot. It's really a pleasure being here and listening to a lot of good things that Lagos State government has, gotten into. But like I mentioned earlier, it's not sufficient to simply just look at a part of, in terms of managing climate change. So I know Lagos State has moved into, discussions around electric vehicles, which is very, very key in terms of a mitigating sort of project which will reduce greenhouse emissions. We should move into things like also providing drought-resistant seedlings for our farmers. We, of course, being a coastal city, a lot of work has been done in terms of putting jetties in place and other infrastructure to adapt to the change. So there are quite a number of things we need to do beyond providing solar energy. That's one area we simply just think that solar energy is the only sort of renewable energy that we can have. There are wind farms. You go to South Africa, you go to Morocco, you see a lot of other sort of investment in these areas. So those are things that would expect Lagos as, a really large economy and very robust and very structured, to get into as a front runner in this drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Tajuddin, your final thoughts. Okay. Mr. Tajuddin, are you there? Okay. So I think that's it.
Hello, are you with me?
Yes, your final thoughts.
Okay, so Lagos State, we are prepared, and one of our preparation is transparency and accountability, as Abraham said. So through that, we hope to engage in transparent reporting, improve our governance structure. So then we are going to do more on our policy and regulatory framework. For policy that will develop clear climate policies and regulatory alignment. Also, we need to do on institutional capacity, train our officers, invest in training program for government officials and we'll have more talks with private sector through PPP and improve our data collection and research. I think this our climate financing finance accessibility. Thank you.
All right, so that's it. We've heard from our esteemed panel, and I think one thing that sort of resonated across everyone is Lagos State is proactive, Lagos State is ready, and we just say cheers to the future that Lagos State will have in terms of climate financing. Thank you so much.
Can we please appreciate them once again? Thank you very much, sir, for doing justice to the topic. Please let me quickly invite the Honorable Commissioner, the two permanent secretaries, so that they can have a group photograph with them before they take their exit. The HOS, sir, because I have not formally introduced him, but Oga, please, you join them for a short photograph before I formally introduce you, sir. PAMSEC civic engagement, you can join them, ma. PS Lands, Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, sir. Let me also invite the former Commissioner for the Environment in Lagos State, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Muiz Banire. And my former PS Environment, Mrs. Belinda Odeneye. Thank you very much, sirs and Mars. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to formally welcome the head of the most vibrant public service in Nigeria, Mr. Olabode Aguru. Thanks for coming, sir. Let us also welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Mr. Bolaji Ogunlende. We also welcome a former cabinet member and a senior advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Muiz Banire. Let us also welcome the permanent secretary, Office of Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, Engineer Mrs. Abiola Koshegbe. Let me also, with your kind permission, welcome members of the environment family, our heads of agencies. For Lagos State Parks and Gardens Agencies, Mrs. Adeton Popola, you are welcome. For Lagos Waste Management Authority, the Managing Director is Dr. Muiwa Agbadegeshin. You are very much welcome. We also welcome the General Manager, Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, Dr. Tunji Ajayi. We also have here with us the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on the Environment, Mrs. Tari Taylor. We also welcome the Kai Lagos Corps Marshal, retired Major Olatunbo Sunko. Let me also welcome from the USAID, the Project Management Specialist on the Environment, Dr. Issa Iotim. Thanks for coming. Let me also inform us all that this program is being streamed live on YouTube. You can search for Climate Change Lagos or LASG- 10th Lagos International Climate Change Summit Day 2. We are on YouTube as the events unfold here. Cabinet members, all other courtesies duly extended. Now we'll go on to the fourth plenary, which is titled, The Role of Climate Finance in Facilitating Transition Towards Inclusive, Participating, Gender, Responsive, and Youth-Oriented Cities. The lead speaker is from the Capacity Building and Events Associate Lead, EcoCycle Limited. She is Miss Andy Enogba. Miss Andy Enogba. Okay. Please, let's appreciate her. She's making her way. She's the lead speaker. The panelists that will participate in the discussion and question and answer series are the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Mr. Mobolaji Ogunlende. You are invited, sir. Let us also welcome the co-founder, Let us also welcome the co-founder, International Climate Change Development Initiative, ICCDI Africa, Olumide Idowu. Olumide Idowu. Okay, please let's appreciate him. Also to be on the panel is a co-founder, Green Republic Farms, Balkis Salahuddin Ibrahim. Balkis Salahuddin Ibrahim. She's the co-founder, Green Republic Farms. The last but not the least is from Sustainaceous Co. Khadijat M. Williams. Khadijat M. Williams. A round of applause for her. This session will be moderated by the founding partner, Ilex Partners, Mr. Soji Awugbade. The moderator, please let's put our hands together for him. Founding partner, Ilex Partners, Mr. Soji Awugbade. The topic once again is the role of climate finance. The role of climate finance in facilitating transition towards inclusive, participating, gender responsive, and youth-oriented cities. Let me now hand over to the moderator to take over proceedings.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. And I think we should go to work very swiftly. We will be discussing gender, youth, climate finance. And I've had the privilege of sitting with all but one of my esteemed panel. And I promise you, it's likely to be fireworks. I look at the composition of the audience and I look at the panels that we have, and I think that we're evenly matched. What I don't see in the hall now is that bunch of students that were here yesterday. I am not very happy about that. Okay, I am mistaken. There is a tiny contingent of young people here. Now, because when we do these things, we must do them consciously. We must not do them for merely doing them. I know the hygiene lessons I took as a primary school student, and I know how much they live with me. If we do not get an early buy-in on issues of climate change, it will overtake us, and it will overtake even those coming behind us. And that's why I'm very particular about that. Having said that, this panel will treat you to the various aspects which they are partial to, either in their private or professional lives. We would need a kickoff speech to set the tone, and I am going to invite Andy, who will speak to us about inclusive, gender-responsive, youth-oriented cities. Thank you very much, Andy.
Once again, good morning, everyone. And I really want to thank you for the opportunity to be part of this important summit. And for me, it's very monumental because I grew up in Lagos. I was born and bred here before we left. But it's still very part of me, like it's a very huge part of me. Because everywhere I go, the signature is there. So thank you so much. Today we want to look at climate finance. especially in facilitating transition towards inclusive, participating, gender-responsive, and youth-oriented cities. Okay. All right, sorry for the break, but would ride on now. So we'll look at it in this form: climate change and urbanization, the gender perspective on climate finance, and the Lagos frontiers. Knowing that Lagos is having to do a lot, and I would say that it's a leading state when you put it by the side or along all the states in Nigeria. So yes, straight to point, climate change and urbanization. Like we know, Lagos is a growing city, and with more people flocking to cities, the need for sustainable solutions become even more critical, and increases also the climate risk of any location in question. And here in Lagos, we are actually aware of these challenges. I know that we have seen it, we have either been impacted by it. And so as our city grows, we must ensure that it develops in a way that is resilient and equitable for all. So yeah, looking at the statistics, we can see by this map that Lagos is a leading city, even population-wise. And I believe that that is also the reason why we have seen intentional actions and implementations around climate change and responses. So yeah, role cities play in addressing climate change. We see that 70% of cities globally are already experiencing the effects of climate change, with even larger number expected to face a dramatic change, in conditions by 2050 in view of climate change. And then 90% of cities are at risk of flooding from sea level rise and storms due to their coastal location. Flooding events also in coastal cities currently generate average annual loss of $6 billion USD. And that's why one of the current discussions globally is the discussion around loss and damage and the loss and damage funds. And we would move on to this also, but to let us know how that climate finance or fund is a very central discussion. In addition to financial repercussions caused by direct fiscal damages, indirect issues such as the severe interruption of businesses and the likes are affected. And so there are certain losses that we can actually, fend for by way of making funds available. There are some that are irreparable losses, lives and the likes. So at this point, what do we do? How do we really get the finance that will compensate for lives? So these are very crucial issues. And so we'll look at where climate finance comes in. The more you grow or develop as a city, the more you are open to the risks. And it's the more reason we need strategies and mechanisms to access the climate finance. And so like you can see there, I highlighted the opportunity because finance is a catalyst for just transition. And when we say just transition, we mean that it has to be indeed just, fair, equitable, means that everybody is in the picture, both man, woman, youth, and the likes. And that's why we are here today to also look at that gender side to, the climate finance and what it can bring to us and how that we can prepare to receive these funds because like we know, if you're not ready to receive finance, there's no way any investor would come to you. So if you give the signal of preparedness, then possibly that can be done or it can happen. So this also is a proposed priority to accelerate climate finance and create real economic impact. And so we looked at this based on transforming the financial system. Even as Lagos State, we see the steps that we have taken so far. All right. We see the steps we take so far, deliberate actions. Like we said, this end of the styrofoams, just to give us a better life, a better city, and for our environment to be much more very sustainable. And I feel that when we look at it encompassingly, we can have our financial systems transformed, meaning that our budget will begin to read as green budgets. So from the point we are budgeting, we can have climate change factored into it and plan as well. And bridging the climate and development needs. When you want to look at the development of a city, of a state, as Lagos, as we promote sustainability, on the other hand is promoting development. And so these are proposed priorities we can look at to accelerate this finance. And then we can also mobilize domestic capital. And for this, I would say that as a state, we have to align to Nigeria's nationally determined contributions. That's the target as Nigeria that we have. And Lagos as a state playing its role, which we already see coming up, will definitely attract investment or investors. It will be like a signal for investors to come in that we align our NDCs with the Paris Agreement, globally, and also create strong policies internally. And so also we need acting datas or datas that are active that can really tell us where we are, what the gaps are. And that way, I think it will help us to know the needs. If we don't have the data as to where we are and what we have to cover, that may be very difficult to determine exactly what we need as amount. When we talk about funds, we don't want, it's not enough to just say we need funds. How much do you need? So when you see someone say, how much do you need? Come to tell you how much do you need, and you really don't have a figure, possibly, even though estimates, it means we're not ready. So this is why we're here, the preparedness to access finance, and also looking at the gender view. Sorry? So we want to look at the gender perspective quickly. This is very important because I know when we hear gender, most times people tilt gender to just women. But we know of the mantra that says, leave no one behind. Leave no one behind means the men, the children, they are also involved. But why sometimes it feels like we highlight that of women is because we bear the brunt majorly of the impact of climate change. And like we gave a scenario outside, if there's flood in a marketplace, how many percentage of people will suffer more? How many percentage of youth will suffer more? And when you have all of these aggregates, you see that mostly women, young people will definitely be at the forefront of the impact of climate change. And so we say mainstreaming gender into climate change responses, including investment in infrastructure, public health, and disaster preparedness is centrally important. And I already mentioned there that gender biases have implications for the efficiency and effectiveness of global climate change finance markets. But some forms include underrepresentation of women in financial decision-making processes, as well as we know that inefficient resource allocations in financial markets. And because of the view of the mitigation side of solutions as regarding climate change, technologically, there's some gaps when you look at how many women are addressing certain things around solar energy and the likes. And there was a time we had to do something around gender and climate technology, looking at the percentage of women that are also fronting the line when it comes to innovations. And this is also what my panel here will take up after now. So yes, the gender perspective on climate finance is really key. And let's go to the next. So I'm talking about highlighting women and youth. At COP28 held in Dubai, Sima Bahus, rather, the Executive Director of UN Women and Under Secretary General of the United Nations, raised an alarm on climate finance for women. She said it is alarming that only 0.01% of global finance supports projects that address both climate and women's rights. So in light of this, 2024's COP29, which is really on the way, we focus on unlocking the much needed finance for climate action, including the gender responsive action. So while we talk about gender holistically, which is very important, we also need to look at the gender side as it concerns women, as well as young girls, of course, boys. No one is left behind, remember. So the way forward is that it is crucial to assess the impact of climate change on women and men by conducting gender analysis, which I've mentioned earlier, and to have a gender-responsive budget and approaches to ensure projects benefit women, men, youth on a balanced scale, and which will increase the overall effectiveness of adaptation finance, which we know very well that Lagos really needs, and to develop women and youth capacities to engage effectively. And I'll read that note that says, though many women hold leadership positions in diverse fields, but we know that there's this historical discrimination in education and employment and other cultural norms which have long constrained opportunities. And that's why for every time we have the opportunity, we also try to highlight the women's side of this. And I thought to bring the Lagos Frontiers to this, to highlight that for us to have a participatory, gender-responsive climate finance approach, everyone is involved, stakeholders, private organizations, young people, women and men, like I've just preached from the onset. But then I want to commend Lagos for the things I already see. You know, sometimes I feel like running back to Lagos because of those things. I just see development happening so fast, and I'm like, what about my state? So now it says that the mission of the Lagos State's Climate Change Adaptation Strategy is to develop new and strengthen existing actions towards adapting to climate change. And I had to highlight through all stakeholders working together, because the only way we can get to achieve the things we're achieving right now is by coming together. And one of the ways is also creating awareness. We need that climate education. We need to let people know that their actions have a repercussion on our environment. And that's why I commended earlier the styrofoams and all of those ban, because it is very important. We see that Lagos has water bodies, and at the end of the day, that's the dump site for all of these things that we use. And so we need to also build a resilient Lagos, which is a very core area for Lagos State, which I know. But then I thought to highlight a whole of institution and government approach is required, covering all sectors in line with our NDCs, that's the nationally determined contributions, covering energy, the transport, agriculture, waste, water management, and all of the industry and commerce. Like I said, we see this already happening, and I must commend the leadership of this state for this. But then, yes, so the Lagos Frontiers is me just highlighting where we are as Lagos State. Remember, I'm part of this state, thank you. And then empowering the 20 local government areas of Lagos. I thought that we need to highlight the bottom-top approach, because it's very easy to just work at the center. But then we need to know what the peculiarity for each local government is and how we can effectively build resilience at the community level. And so the bottom-top approach is also highlighted there. And then there's a need to scale up finance, as most projects, like we know, are capital intensive. But firstly, being factual in our cost needs by providing estimates by sectors for mitigation and adaptation, respectively. And while we know that there's fund easily accessible for mitigation projects, I feel like we can, with our level of preparedness, access funds for adaptation responses and strategies or action. So yes, thank you. I'll stop here. But before I drop this mic, I just want to say that Indeed, building Lagos is all-encompassing. It is you and I that would do it, along with the leadership of the state. So let's hear also from my panel as we continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the stage has been very ably set for the kind of panel that we have, and it is only fitting that we thank her for that setting. Now, the mainstreaming of climate issues has definitely been set back by the structure by which governments and communities act, the top down. So when we heard yesterday that we should try the bottoms up, I thought that we were on to a good street. Before meeting our next panelist this morning, I was expecting a middle-aged man to be the Honorable Commissioner for Youth in Lagos State. But I did eventually meet him, and because I know the family from which he hails, I can fairly reasonably put an aid to him. And I can confirm to you that he qualifies to be the Lagos State Commissioner for Youth and Sport. Not by the cap he's wearing alone. And he has assured me that he will address the youth issues under our topic this morning. Please welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Youth in Lagos State, Mr. Ogulende.
Build the youth. Build the youth. Good morning, everyone. I stand before you as your Commissioner for Youth and Social Development in Lagos State, Mobolaji Abubakri Ogulende. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols, but I recognize each and every one here today, especially the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and our past Commissioner, Alhaji Muiz Banire, and all the permanent secretaries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, the youths. Build the youths. So when I was invited and told that I would have to address on this topic, I was a bit confused. So I'll ask a question from the youths. Looking at the topic, how many of us are a bit confused? Okay? The role of climate finance in facilitating transition towards inclusive, participating, gender, responsive, and youth-oriented cities. How many of us were confused? A few of us. I was confused as well. Right? But so I'm going to take it from a very practical and simple perspective, hearing what the lead orator has said and what a few of the initial speakers have also said. And very simply, this is what I would say. Mr. Soji, when he was addressing, he said a few keywords, which is what I will base my deliverables on. He mentioned gender, youth, climate, finance. So, first of all, from our administration, the agenda of our administration, or the administration of Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, which many of us are aware of, the Themes Plus agenda, right, which is social inclusion, gender equality, and the youth. Hearing what the lead orator said again, gender, youth, climate. When you marry together, it's all about social inclusion. It's part of our Themes Plus agenda. And as Ms. Ende summarize it, we're leaving no one behind. So when we bring all of this to this forum, we find one thing that is synonymous and key to all of this. It is the youth, right? When we talk about statistics worldwide, in every major city all over the world, they keep talking about the youth population, how we make up between 60 and 70% of the population. Even in Lagos, when we talk about 30 million youth, 30 million citizens, people in Lagos, and the youth make up 60%, what we're hearing all over the world is that the youth make up a large population of the people. So therefore, it is very, very, very essential to catch them young, as was earlier stated, which is why I'm happy that when we look into this room this morning, we have more youth representatives, which goes to show that we are indeed doing something right. We are indeed looking forward to be a part of this great change. We are indeed looking forward to see how we can contribute our own quota into this big climate change interventions that is going on. But of course, there's one key thing that is synonymous to all of this and that is very vital, which is finance, which is the crux of everything that we want to talk about. So, very simply, climate finance plays a very crucial role in facilitating inclusive, gender-responsive, and youth-oriented cities. Without finance, we cannot do anything, right? So we need to be able to find how and ensure that we access, the finance that is available to this initiative. A lot of the youths, as we are aware, participate in a lot of green and climate changing interventions. But again, there's only so far they can go because of inability to access finance. So the finance aspect is very critical, is very essential, but we must charge ourselves, educate ourselves through advocacy to see how we can tap into the finance. The finance in itself provides the necessary resources for implementing sustainable infrastructure projects, promoting renewable energy resources, and fostering technology innovations. Climate finance can support all of the youth programs that needs the voices of marginalized groups, which include women and the youth, most especially. And of course, the vulnerable populations, ensuring that urban development is equitable and inclusive. Again, we cannot overemphasize that climate finance is essential for creating resilient, sustainable, for thriving cities that would benefit everyone. Again, climate finance helps to play an important role in facilitating that transition towards youth-oriented cities, which is what the topic is all about. Because if it's not a youth-oriented city, then we will then be leaving people behind. Funding initiatives that promote gender equality and empower women in urban decision-making process. Very essential, very important, but again, it is as a result of being able to access the finance requirements. Encouraging youth participation in urban planning and development through funding for youth-led initiatives, which is what I spoke about earlier on as well. There are a lot of youth-led initiatives, but inability to access that finance makes it very porous, makes it very poor. But there's a lot of potential, especially in our theming youth in Lagos that we continue to see across the 20 local governments and 37 LCDAs, which is in line with what Ms. Ende again spoke about in her presentation of how we need to take it to the grassroots through the 20 local governments, but how we include it to include the 37 so that it is across board, across the entire Lagos state. Because it is our Lagos, it is your Lagos. If we don't make it safe, if we don't tune in and tap into these changes to ensure that our community is safe, then it affects each and every one of us. And we have not each and every one of us can japa. Not everyone is going to be able to japa. But if we're able to tap into all of these initiatives, the finances most importantly, then in our own little way, shape or form, we can continue to make our community a safer haven for all of us. Because it's only when we do that that we can live and thrive within our communities. Thank you very much for listening, and that is how I'd like to address you this morning. Thank you.
Repeat that slogan again.
You, the youths.
should have repeated it.
Build the nation.
Bring the finance, build the nation. Our next panelist, Mr. Olumide Idowu, is bringing the finance. And Yoruba people say, Olówó ń sọ̀rọ̀, tálíkà lóhùn láì díà. What we are here about is serious business. All the good intentions, all the slogans, all the emotion will not do. Because if you do not know anything about climate finance today, I am sure you know that even under climate finance, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. The percentage of climate finance that Africa and indeed Nigeria is getting or looking towards getting is disgraceful. And there are many reasons for it, some of which are self-induced. So we must not just come and listen. We must take the lessons from what we are hearing so that we can attract that finance. It is even more stark and more annoying when you realize how little we have contributed to this problem of climate change and how massive our hit has been. So, we must get innovative and bring that finance to help our climate efforts. That is when it will flow to youth. That is when it will flow to gender. Olumide, please come and speak to us.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you to everybody, the panelists, and all protocol duly observed. I just quickly want to say that the commissioner have picked some few points from my presentation, but I will take it forward to make sure that we see the need for climate. So I will be focusing on some sort of innovations that I think is very, very important for Lagos State to look at based on the lens of young people and gender as well. So I have this, as we all know, we have different financial mechanisms across the world. I know most of us know where those monies are. How do we actually tap into those funds to support innovations in Lagos State? One thing I think is very important that everybody is talking about, moving from fossil fuel to renewable energy, is something that is very key. And looking at Lagos as a leading state, it is high time for us to start looking at some sort of renewable energy projects that we can actually tap into those financial opportunity. And those financial mechanisms can also help us to drive a sustainable future, a sustainable area for young people. We also need to start looking at green infrastructure. We see that there's a lot of actions going on in Lagos State now. Buildings are coming down, some buildings are coming up. So how do we tap into green buildings, green infrastructure that can help us to deliver the so-called net zero that we are talking about in Lagos? We also need to look at the action that the Ministry of Agriculture is working on. That's a climate smart agriculture. It's another way for us to tap into financing so that we can be able to meet those needs. So there are a lot of innovation. Like the commissioner said, he was a little bit confused about the topic. No, you are now informed. As young people, we need to understand that everything we are doing today contribute to climate finance, because that funding, that money they are being given to build your entrepreneur is from the climate finance, because there's need for you to also recruit more people to join you in your actions or projects that you're working on, so that everything can be able to expand to other people. We talk about the climate adaptation. You look at very well in Nigeria particularly. When you look at innovation or infrastructure, a lot of us say that, oh, do we actually have infrastructure in place, or do we have technology in place? The only way we can make this work is when we start from the bottom. We need to start looking at what are the local actions, and that is why local communities, local government action is very, very key in climate adaptation. Then we need to look at capacity building and partnership, because this is another way whereby all the ministries, all the parastatals in Lagos State can come together and build a fund that can be able to help us to meet some of our strategies, some of our opportunities, and to meet the agenda of the Lagos State government. Also, we need to start looking at, and this is going to be my summarization of looking at innovation. It is high time that Lagos State need to create the Lagos State Climate Innovation Fund. This fund is not going to only domicile in the Ministry of Environment, but also be a pocket of every ministry, because every contribution of every ministry is going to build up to the kind of innovation we want to see in Lagos State. And for us to bring technology, finance, and innovations together, we need to have a pool of funds that will be able to meet all these needs. And that is why all the financial mechanisms we see in the UNFCCC, or we see out there, the Green Grant Fund, the GCF, how much have we been able to tap into it and use all the ministry's action, ministry projects, to be able to look for this financing. So if you can do that, I think you are going to take a more step forward. As they call us, the Lagos State is one of the leading conversation as a case study for every other cities across the world. Let us see how we can also improve in creating that climate innovation fund that will drive a sustainable growth for the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have been informed that there is a palpable desire from the audience to take part in this conversation. And we're going to carve that time out for Q&A for this session. But let's move quickly on so we can save time. As I call on the co-founder of Green Republic Farms, Balkis Ibrahim, to speak to us about the gender thing around climate change.
So I think I'm speaking on youth, she's speaking on gender. Yes, that's fine. Okay, good morning, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I know that there's a bit of confusion. Probably you've been experiencing it since yesterday. Some terminologies that have been shared about climate change. And because many people are probably just been introduced to this topic and conversation. Because I'm speaking on youth, I'm speaking to you. I'm not taking Honorable Commissioner's place, but I'm just speaking as a youth to youth. So in a layman language, right, climate change exists. You and I are aware of it. On your way to this place this morning, you must have probably seen flood in your area. This flood did not come overnight. It's as a result of our action as people, right? So we are a key contributor to climate change. Now, this problem exists. We also have high food inflation in Lagos State. Lagos State cannot provide food for itself. We already know that. I'm a farmer myself, and all of my produce are sold to the Lagos market. But that doesn't still mean that there's no food inflation. Now, food inflation exists. That is another problem. As a young person, how do you come in to solve these problems? You come in with innovations. You come in with solutions. You come up with adaptation strategies that can be leveraged on. So who is going to fund you? That is where the finance is. I'm trying to break down this topic to you. That is where the finance is. I can see that we have the local government chairman of Ifakojai, if I'm very, very correct. And then we have the commissioner for youth on seat. We have the commissioner for environment on seat. I see that we have LASEPA MD. We have quite a number of people here. So these are people you could approach and say, you have this solution, I want it funded. And this solution will help us in our waste management. It will help us to combat food inflation in Lagos State. That is how finance comes in. So if we don't want to do local, right, you don't want to go to local government, you don't want to go to state government, you can now approach, international body. There are a lot of funding that are out there that young people can access to be able to drive your innovation to that level that you really want it. So innovation exists in whatever we do. Climate change exists in our day-to-day activity. However, it is our approach that matters as a young person. Now, I'm going to also speak from the government perspective. It is very, very important that the Ministry of Youth in Lagos is not just about youth education. It's not just about youth for the parliament or just the Ibile youth or the political part of it. No. It has to also drive climate change. I was at COP with Olumide last year, and part of the things that we really emphasized on is there is low representation of young climate innovators at conferences like this. And the reason is because government are not ready to sponsor these individuals to showcase their talent at the global stage where they can access more money, right? So if we can collaboratively work together with the government at the local level, at the state level, to harness the potential that exists in young people, I think we would be talking about more of solutions. There are a lot of solutions that are already existing. A lot of people are already investing in climate-smart agriculture. A lot of people are already doing recycling with tires, chairs, and whatnot. These things exist, but it is time that we have more people and more body fund these innovations moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Balkis. You have shocked me now. But there is a Yoruba expression. Ọmọ tó bá ṣapá sókè. Go get it. Now, the truth about all of these conversations is when the so-called politicians need your votes, they come to you and you respond. If you will accuse them of not doing what you voted them to do, including your youth program, next election, what should you do? That is the crux of the matter. Let me tell you why that inspiration is coming. I'm not Nasir El-Rufai, no. What I'm telling you about came out of the Helsinki program and the Great City of Bristol program. When these programs are being formed, when they are being drafted, when they are being discussed, go and read those documents that lead up to them. You have to inspire those documents. If you don't power them, they won't speak to your issues. Any society that has an integral part of which is about 50% for Lagos State, according to Lagos State figures itself, 50% is youth. Your voice must be heard on every item. 50% is a large voting percentage. Now, but climate change is unique. It is all-embracing, all-affecting. And therefore, when you advocate mitigation and adaptation for climate change, you are not likely to get resistance from any quarters. They will have to come out with superior argument. And currently, the only argument is, we don't have money. And that is the truth. Now, what are we doing with what we have? Are we involving women? Are we involving children and youth? That is the next item that our panel will speak to. Please come and speak.
Thank you very much, sir. Hello, everyone, and I'd like to stand on existing protocols. So my speech today will center on climate finance and gender. We've heard from Ms. Endi. Okay. I've been asked to stand so you can see me. We've heard from Ms. Endi about how we should leave no one behind. However, I think she pointed this as well, we sometimes fail to recognize that women and young children, but let's stick to women for now, actually face they bear the brunt of climate change. All of the ills that happen as a result of climate change are mostly borne by women. So Mr. Olumide also mentioned Lagos State developing its own specific climate finance. And that is important because all the climate finances that currently exist do not specifically address gender issues, specifically women's issues. So my advice with this would be, when Lagos State does create this finance mechanism, we need to ensure that we recognize and value women's contributions. You cannot solve a problem that you do not know about. For example, there's a story that goes around about development where a bunch of women always go down to a stream to fetch water. So some developers came and were like, oh, why are you walking, 10 kilometers to get water from a stream? We can build a borehole for you. They build this borehole, and the women do not use the borehole. And they ask them why. They're like, oh, because when we're walking to the stream, we're able to talk to each other, play with each other, do our hair, wash our clothes. That's more important to them than walking 2 kilometers to a borehole. So if you don't understand and value the issues that are particular to the demographic that you're solving the problem for, you really have not solved any problems. So that's very important. In this hypothetical finance mechanism that Lagos State will hopefully create, we need to ensure that the governing bodies are gender balanced, includes women, and it includes their allies as well. So allies like NGOs, people who are supporting women empowerment. I think the next thing I'd like to discuss is what are the current barriers that are preventing women from actually participating. I've mentioned one, they're not even recognized, but also something that I've come to realize is, yes, we're all in this room, we all know what climate change is, but if you walk out and talk to a random person on the street, they do not know what climate change is. They are feeling the effects. My grandmother would tell you that Ilorin is hotter this year than it was last year, but where is the scientific evidence? So we need to ensure that we're educating people, building that awareness to ensure that they understand that climate change is happening and that there are these climate finance options for them to key into, contribute to, and that will help to solve their problems. The last thing as well, in terms of barrier that I'd like to mention is we're in an African country, we're Nigerian. Women are the ones that take up 70-80% of household care. After that, in the morning when they've prepped all the kids to go to school, they've made breakfast and everything, they then have to go to work for paid employment. At the end of the day, if I walk to this busy woman and I'm like, hello ma, we also need your contribution in this climate finance mechanism that we created. I want you to come and contribute. She's probably going to tell me, please leave me alone, I'm tired. So my question to the audience is, and to the policymakers in the room, is how do we ensure that in our individual communities, we're actually empowering women to contribute? It's one thing to say, please come and contribute to this mechanism, but do you have the time? Are we creating the time for them to do this? I think the last thing that I'll say is awareness. So I mentioned we need to build awareness, but how can we do this? For me, it's really data. We need to measure and understand what's currently happening in the changing weather patterns, in the environment, and things like that. How do we meaningfully capture this data and then meaningfully present this data to the people that we're trying to educate? It's not just coming with, I can say a bunch of statistics now and everybody will understand because we have a certain level of understanding and education. But once again, to the layman on the streets, they have no idea what I'm saying. How do we break this down to ensure that they understand the idea behind climate change, they understand what's happening, and then they also feel like it's an important enough issue to get involved in. But yes, I'll stop there. And we hope to hear your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khadijat. We've got to that point now where we should start talking down to you. Please, let's have some participation from the other side of the room such that we can meaningfully tell ourselves we spent time usefully this morning. I don't know who's going to assist this process. Prof, who's going to assist us with this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My first reaction is to say that I'm glad that the head of service is here, which is very pertinent to my intervention. Since yesterday till today, in all the sections we have discussed on this climate change financing, one thing seems to be recurring, and it is the issue of capacity building. People also tell us that be prepared. In other words, preparation is very essential. I must tell you and confess that since my own days too, we've had this challenge of capacity, particularly in accessing the various climate change fund. And what that means is that we have to develop that capacity. I'm glad that a lot of effort has been made. But the most important thing that I know in the civil service, I'm not correct, maybe the head of service can correct me, is that when you build the capacity of these people and they become expert in those areas, in no longer distance, they are transferred from that seat to another seat where they become irrelevant and are not able to channel that skill to that particular goal for which they've been trained. And I think that is very, very pertinent that as we develop, which is inevitable now, except we do not want to access those funds, if we want to, that capacity must be developed. And if developed, those people must be made to be expert in those areas and be totally, if I use the word loosely, domesticated in the relevant department for the purpose of this goal. Secondly, my inference from all the conversation again since yesterday is that there is a need for articulation of our goals. In other words, those issues of adaptation and mitigation that we want to deal with needs to be articulated, benchmarked, and properly supervised and monitored for the purpose of execution. Certainly not everything can be done at once, but we must be able to prioritize and also set threshold for accomplishment. And lastly, sir, I also believe, which I forgot in the first submission, is that those staff that you are going to develop their capacity need motivation. They need to be properly catered for. Except if you don't motivate them, in no long a distance, you find them, they will jackpot within the country. They are not going to jackpot outside. They will leave the civil service and go to where the money is. So you need to motivate them properly as you train them so that they can remain within the service. I'm tempted to suggest bonding, but I will not want to say so because if I'm in their position, I probably will not want to be bonded after developing it. But at the same time, you must make sure that they are comfortable. These are my thoughts, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let's keep the gunpowder dry. Maybe there'll be more questions for the head of service. Maybe there'll be more questions for the Honorable Commissioner and the PAMSEC to answer in the course of the Q&A. Any other question or contribution from the floor? Take the mic there.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Moderator. My name is Olugbenga Debola. And of course, I just want to intervene on this topic, which is very, very, very crucial to all of us. Of course, the Yorubas have this adage that if something baku, aferu boju. When we talk about the youth, and we talk about climate, and we talk about finance, the environment itself is a borrowed stuff which we borrow from our youth. Whether we like it or not, they are going to earn it and own it in a very short while. And that is why I think we should do more of programs that will involve catching them young. Catching the young in the area of environmental sustainability, circular economy, effective and efficient waste management, and climate resilience, and so on and so forth, even innovation. And how do we go about this? Of course, somebody talked about, like MTN yesterday was here, that perhaps they should sponsor more R&D in the universities and all that. And I think the government too should actually institute more programs. Perhaps we should have a rejigging of our curriculum in such a way that even right from the kindergarten, and this is what is happening in the developed world, right from the start of a child going to kindergarten school, they teach them about environmental sustainability, how to live in harmony with their environment. And I want to advise, if it is an advice, that our curriculum developers, government can begin, to sponsor this, to ensure that the curriculum are rejigged and we impute stuff that can endanger environmental sustainability. And it is only when we are able to inculcate this in the youth that we can say we have environmental sustainability.
Thank you very much, sir. I think your point has been very well made.
Secondly, regarding the women, I think the women have to organize themselves. If you don't advertise yourself anymore, you need to blow your trumpet. And that's why I think, like Bilkis said, they are not sponsoring this and that and all that. Bring yourself to cooperative. Bring yourself to association and reach out to government and all that. It is then that you'll be noticed and then you can be sponsored. If you don't blow your trumpet, nobody is going to blow it for you.
Thank you very much.
In the course of the gender, we shouldn't forget the men too. We have so many things for men, women. Where are the stuff for the men? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have you taken the mic? Please take it to the student. Let him come out. Come out this way, young man. Come out. Come out so they can see you. Cameramen, please give way. Yeah, speak to them.
Good day, everyone. Standing on the existing protocols. Okay, I have a question for the Honorable Commissioner of Youth and Sport Development. My name is Etim Friday, a Smile Chain Champion of Lara Local High School, Bagada. So my question goes to us. Sir, if you said the youth make up 60% of the 30 million population in Lagos, and so I ask specifically, what is my role in climate financing? Because I need to know what I need to do in following this revolution that is taking place in Lagos. So can I know what to do? Yeah, that's just my question. And for every other young person that is also here from my school, we want to know what we can do collectively to join this revolution. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. What is your name again?
My name is Etim Friday, sir.
Etim Friday. Thank you. Next question, coming from a youth.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly observed. My name is Mohammed Bello. I'm from Lara Awolokun, a Smile Initiative. Okay, my question goes to the panelists. From what they have said, they said we youths also have responsibilities to play. and we have to create awareness. So we have organized our conference. We have created awareness, created innovative solutions, telling people more about climate change and climate change is. But we need money, we need funds, we need finance. So, what is our role? Like, what can we do as young people? Even though we know we are still under our parents, we don't have money. Like, we are still under our parents. So, what can we do in contributing to the climate finance? So that's my question.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. Gender balance. Gender balance.
Good day, everyone. My name is Deborah Amadi, a young change champion of Laria Wolokon High School. And concerning what my other colleagues have said, yes, they said something right. And my question is, even as at the awareness, yes, we reach out to so many students like us who actually want to advocate for change, have enlightenment program that tells them about the effects of climate change, and they are obviously aware of how much danger the climate can obviously cause. But it's not just about the program we're organizing, but what kind of program can we, or what should we do in order to reach out to them that it's not only about educating them, but they can actually stand for the change as well. So that.
Thank you. Well, I can't hear you from there. 2 minutes. The youth have taken over. But those are very substantial. I am so sorry we cannot accommodate more questions. My bosses are telling me time is out. And we need to hear responses. First from the head of service. Sir, are you happy to respond to us? Please tell us how you are going to keep those you have trained in post, motivate them, and ensure that they don't go in or out of Lagos or Nigeria.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Build the youth, build the nation. We're very big on capacity building in Lagos State Government, and we also are keen to ensure that there's succession planning. So what happens, the Office of the Head of Service is responsible for doing postings. So we have a mechanism where we ensure that, we have over 35 ministries and almost 100,000 staff. So, it's important that our staff are experts, not only in one field, but also in various capacities. So it's essential for them to go to various ministries to learn what they do in other ministries. At some point they will become permanent secretaries, some of them. So it is essential for them to have touched a few ministries to understand the workings of a particular ministry. But there are also some certain categories of staff that are not moved often, like accountants, auditors. They mainly, hover around that industry. But succession planning is also very important. So when they become an expert in a certain field, they are supposed to cascade that expertise down the line within their own catchment area, within their own ministries, within their own departments. So if they've used 4 years in building that expertise, it's important that they also translate that expertise to other members of that department and other members of that ministry. So we ensure that there's succession planning so that if you are moved to another area, to go and acquire more expertise in another field I think is good for the system, and it's good for the state government, and it's good also for the particular staff. So I encourage you, and in Lagos State Government, in the public service, we don't have a lot of people jackpying. A lot of them tend to stay with us for 35 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Honorable Commissioner for Environment. Thank you, sir. You've had your children. What are you going to do for them? And what do you want them to do for you?
Thank you very much, sir. I think the message is very loud and clear. On our part, we shall continue to engage them and integrate them. I know in the past we have a department headed by Mrs. Banere that is fully involved. Yeah, she's there waving her hands, involved with this advocacy for youth, kids, and all their clubs with respect to the environment. We need to ramp up and invest more in that advocacy and continue to catch them young. We had one done last week or last 2 weeks. We had to collaborate with the Ministry of Education, but we need to do much more than that. And you rest assured, sir, we shall do it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Commissioner for Youth and...
Thank you very much. I think there was a direct question to me from Etim Friday. And your question was, in all of these things that we're saying, what is your role? And my direct answer is, you're already doing what you're supposed to be doing. And the question would be, what are you doing? You're already participating. You're already here. Right? That is your role, to participate. Because from participating, you engage. And from engagement, you can then decide to channel your own path to decide what area it is that you fit in and what area it is that you want to pursue in this whole conversation. And I think the next thing after that would then be, okay, what happens if I have identified a role? How do I finance it, or how do I get access to funds? Whilst my fellow panelist, Mr. Bello, will speak on that financial aspect, what I can say as Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, just to buttress what the Commissioner for Environment has just said, we will continue to see how we can continue to collaborate and to see how we can integrate some of these real, projects that you all have, to see how we can turn it into a reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to use this opportunity just to, re-echo or buttress what Bill Case said earlier on. A lot of times, a lot of people think the Ministry of Youth and Social Development really is about youth parliament, youth conventions, Ibile Youth Academy and all of that. Whilst that is, some of our core areas or core competencies, our door is open to several conversations. We also have the social development part of it that a lot of people are not even aware of, which context talks about the motherless babies home, the rehabilitation services, the correctional services, as well as initiatives and conversations alongside this, that we're open to. Our doors are open, Block 18 in Alausa. Please feel free to come in. It is your office. So come in. It's not just about, the typical, youth engagements that we're doing. We're trying to be innovative and creative, and essentially we're leaving no one behind. Therefore, we're open to have all sorts of conversations. Thank you.
Very quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to quickly, the Esther, right? Somebody said they need money. I also need money. Yes, but what I would say is that during my presentation, I mentioned something about an innovation fund. If there is an innovation fund in Lagos State, it is very easy for different ministries to tap into those funds and support initiatives that comes up in different areas. And it's also going to help us to, measure the kind of activities and programs and projects we are doing. In other words, those kind of children, we'll be able to celebrate them, empower them, and invest in them so that most of them might leave primary or secondary school and start looking at that passion they have for environment, start looking at building and innovation that can solve Lagos State.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all too soon, it has come to an end. But I want to have it on record that other than the first session, this is the session that has had the largest attendance, all due to these very brilliant, young and energetic persons and yourselves as a very attentive and participatory audience. Thank you all very much. Please help me to thank these people with a louder applause.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me quickly invite for a group photograph the head of service, Honorable Commissioner for the Environment, SA Environment, our permanent secretaries, former Commissioner for the Environment, and former Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Odeneye. Dr. Muiz Baniresa, you are not left out. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after this photo session, we'll proceed on the tea break. The format will be that our VVIPs will go into their room. Then we'll allow our female participants to first take their turn while the men wait behind. After them, yes, our mothers are women. So the female will go first. After them, yes, let's be gender sensitive. The female will go first. After them, can we invite the pupils that asked questions now? The pupils, please come over. The pupils, please make it snappy, please. They are the greater tomorrow. Very vibrant children. Yes, let's appreciate them. Very brainy and vibrant. Or can they stoop? Should they stoop? Thank you very much. We appreciate you. So we'll proceed for the tea break. Please, we have just 30 minutes maximum for the tea break before we reconvene for the last plenary. All the children, they have agreed to work for Lagos State government. Yes, let's appreciate them. They have agreed they are going to work for the Lagos State government. Yes, so our guard, the HOS, has given the go-ahead. So our VVIP guests will go to their room for their tea break, while the female will take their turn first before the male. We have 30 minutes. Let me also welcome the Managing Director of Lagos Bus Services, Mr. Idowu Oguntono. Thank you for coming, sir. Distinguished guests, I'm sure we are rounding up the tea break by now. We are reconvening by 2 p.m. Sorry, 1 p.m. Sorry, that's an error. Sorry. We are reconvening by 1 p.m. So we have just about 5 minutes. Distinguished guests, please, if you watch your timepiece, it's 1 o'clock already. Let us return to the hall so that we can commence the last plenary session for today before we go into the breakout sessions. Distinguished guests, please let's settle down. It's past 1 o'clock already.
community that is forward-looking and forward-thinking as it relates to resilience. This community is particularly challenged by climate change as it relates to its effect on their livelihood. Not only on their livelihood, sometimes there are loss of properties, and in some very difficult circumstances, there are loss of lives as well. The community I'm talking about has been quite revolutionary in adapting to climate resilience. This community has been very innovative in making sure that they have what I call community-based solution to climate resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the community I'm talking about is Badagry. Badagry is my ancestry town. Badagry is where my parents were born. My forefathers were from Badagry. And I wanted to exemplify the resilience of the Lagos state that we had today with Badagry on the one hand, and to paint that picture of a Lagos state that, just as any other developed countries, is challenged by what I call climate challenges, including flash flooding, including transport gridlock, and so on and so forth. These challenges isn't exclusive to Lagos State. The challenges are the challenges that are confronting us as a community. So that's a Lagos State picture that I want to create, I want to paint on the one hand. On the other hand, I want to paint a picture of a Lagos. Innovation doesn't just exist. Innovation does not exist in a vacuum. Innovation, for you to have innovation as an enabler, it means enabling the acceleration of Lagos resilience through innovative technology. And when you say innovative technology, I'm talking about technology that could be tailor-made, customized, specifically designed and developed to address the issues that are confronting us at Lagos. And that could be in the form of flood management technology, urban planning technology, and so on and so forth. The second enabler for achieving an accelerated climate resilience in Lagos is what I call innovative research. It's important to be able to be adaptive enough to not only understand where we are today, but where we need to get to. A research-driven mindset can only achieve that. And research, forward-looking research, that allows us to start to confront the issues that we're facing and making sure that our research are revolutionary in thinking ahead of the curve, ahead of the challenges that are most likely going to confront us. The third innovative enabler is data. As you know, we live in a big data world where data rule the world. I'm talking AI, I'm talking blockchain, etc. We need to be able to optimize the usage of our data capturing and data analysis in our effort towards accelerating a climate resilient Lagos state. That is a given, but that requires conscious leadership and it requires action from the government. The last innovative enabler is knowledge sharing, knowledge capturing and knowledge sharing. Lagos is gifted with a lot of abundance of knowledge, community-based knowledge, partnership-based knowledge, and so on and so forth. But to be collaborative in achieving this, we need to tap into this asset that Lagos has, i.e. the asset of knowledge capturing and knowledge sharing, as we try to galvanize our effort towards making or achieving a Lagos that is safer, that is more resilient, and that is sustainable. As I said earlier, for you to have innovation, there must be drivers. Innovation would just not exist in a vacuum. In some instances, and I'm glad we have the powers that be in the room, you need government to serve as a driver for innovation in the form of enabling policies and regulation, as the case may be. So, wherever you have an environment that is conducive from a regulatory and policy standpoint, then innovation is going to thrive. The second driver is abundance of what I call local talent. Lagos is gifted with talent. But talent in itself is not enough. How are you leveraging this talent to achieving the overall goal of making Lagos safer, more resilient, and more sustainable? That effort needs to be accelerated and needs to be leveraged to achieve the desired goal. The third driver is what I call a collaborative, innovative driver. In an environment where you have cross-sectoral collaborative ideas, then innovation is going to thrive. And finally, on innovation is what I call private sector, a thriving private sector investment ecosystem. You know, innovation cannot exist in isolation. It needs these enablers and these drivers to make it work. So we're going to quickly go through how private sector investment can act as an enabler. As the Yorubas will say, "Owo ni keke iyin rere." Money makes the world goes around. Meaning, you need funding to be able to accelerate some of the innovative ideas I've just enumerated. So private sector investment can act as a funding mechanism or funding funnel to be able to move forward the innovative ideas that has been spoken about already. The second is how can private sector investment act as the conduit for what I call capacity building. Local awareness, hands-on training, and so on and so forth. The third is sustainability. You know, as the saying goes, in achieving a safer, more resilient, and more sustainable Lagos, all hands must be on deck. How? All hands must be on deck by making sure that we think in private, but we act in public. What does that mean? It means understanding the psychology of private sector investment and making sure that we can bring those resources to bear as we activate our resilience strategy. And private sector, harnessing private sectors in sustainability is key. Private sector actors look at things from a different angle. From a risk management angle, for example. They can have a long-term perspective of how to accelerate the strategy, the climate resilience. Advocacy. They can help with advocacy and in creating awareness. What are the drivers of private sector investment? There are 4 as far as I'm concerned. The first is economics. You see, private sector investment would always go to where they feel safe. What does that mean? It requires understanding the cycle. I'm a finance person. Corporate finance is what I do for a living. And I advise clients on how to tap into climate financing, as the case may be. In packaging it, in leveraging the possibilities of private sector, you have to understand the psychology of it. Meaning, in most cases, there is no love lost. Does my shareholders' capital allocation mandate resonate with the investment that you're inviting me for? If it's not, yes, we're going to start talking and talking and talking, but it might not move the needle, as they say. But most importantly, does the risk-adjusted return stack up? Does it make sense? Can I put the money of my investors in this venture, in this proposition? The second is an environmental driver of private sector investment. Sometimes it's a survival mode. We had the CEO of MTN here yesterday, and he was talking about how they're localizing technology. Imagine a Lagos that is not sustainable, for example, and that falls flat to the menace of climate change. And MTN is not going to survive in isolation. It's not possible. So it's a survivor instinct sometimes, and as part of their business continuity, that they have to participate in climate resilience, in the acceleration of climate resilience, in making Lagos a safer, more resilient, and sustainable society for us all to live. The fourth is regulatory. Regulatory as a driver to enhancing private sector investment. Regulatory can come in two folds. One, it requires private sector actors to be compliant to both international and local requirements or local regulatory requirements. Also, it could serve as an incentive to them taking benefit of government opportunity or what governments have had in place to encourage them to invest. The last is the social. As they say, doing good is good business. And as part of the CSR, sometimes they participate in ensuring a safer, more resilient, and more sustainable Lagos. And you can have the best innovative environment, you can have the best funding and the best, most organized private sector ecosystem, but if you lose the stakeholders, you've lost the plot. Hence, having stakeholders as enablers in making Lagos a safer, more resilient, and more sustainable city is a must. And this comes in different forms. You can have the NGO, you can have local community, the academia, and the international partners. Ladies and gentlemen, let me wrap up. I think what I've said in a nutshell is that Lagos State is important. It's of strategic importance and economic importance. So the race to accelerate the strategy and the implementation to making Lagos a safer, more resilient, and sustainable city is a must. It's non-negotiable. In fact, Lagos is so strategic that if Lagos sneezes, Nigeria catches the code, or perhaps Africa catches the code, or perhaps the rest of black nation catches the code, or perhaps the world catches the code. 200 million population? You can't joke with that. No country has the capacity to absorb the fallout of a 200 million capacity. It's not possible. So Lagos remains strategically important. I've also tried to remind us of the roles of innovation and private sector actors in supporting the acceleration of making Lagos State a safer, more resilient, and more sustainable city. Finally, we all have a role to play. The stakeholders are the most important in this mission. Everybody must take a part. As I wrap up, though, let me remind you of a story that I started with. I started with a story of a community in Badagry. And this is a clarion call for all of us. The people of Badagry, that I gave you a synopsis of their story earlier on, it's a life and death situation for them. They do not have the luxury of, okay, it's raining today, I'm going to work from home. Or I'm just going to join remotely. It's life and death. They are losing their livelihood, they are losing their properties, and they are losing lives in some instances. This is deep. This is important. So as you sit down in this audience, I want to appeal to you. This mission to make Lagos a safer, more resilient, and more sustainable city is a collective responsibility for all of us. It's been 2 days of fantastic speakers that we've had over the last 2 days. But please, as you go home today, if you do not take anything away from this summit, please take this thing away. Take the story of the people of Marina in Badagry. The people of Marina in Badagry, or Ajilo in Badagry, the community of Ajilo in Badagry. Put yourself in their shoes for a minute. That it is a life and death and is not an option. As such, I hope I've converted a lot of people to climate change advocates in this room. If I have, please let me see your hand up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olagoke Lawal, the Chief of Environment Business Solutions Hub. Can you please give him a round of applause again? Really, what is done is to pave the way and to remind us of what Lagos State is made of. As he was making his presentation, I just continue to feel proud of the state I'm working for, because basically everything is spoken about speaks to the policy framework that drives Lagos State. He's spoken about the need for us to develop capacity of the residents. He spoke about the need for us to also have intergovernmental and interministerial collaborations. He's spoken about the need for us to have sustained infrastructural development. And more importantly, he's spoken about the need for us to deepen our development partnership. So we will go straight into the plenary, and I would like to take my questions from our gentleman from IHS, Mr. Omar. Mr. Omar, we all have an idea, and we all know that there's a growing need for innovation to scale up climate resilience solutions and infrastructure in Africa. You've been in Lagos for a long time. I know I worked with your firm those days with MTN. What are you doing differently as we speak to ensure that you not only support us, but to accelerate financing for Lagos State? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Mr. Onimole. Right, so thanks a lot. Yeah, so as IHS, I'll speak to what we're doing first, and my thoughts will be around flood early warning systems, right? So as a company, we have 16,000 towers across the country, probably 3,000 in Lagos. And this infrastructure covers 65% of the landmass of the country. So when there's flooding, we see it, we feel it, and we basically engage all the problems of Nigeria on a day-to-day basis. So from our perspective as a company operating in Nigeria, and obviously one of our main partners, MTN, spoke yesterday, we looked at what we can do to support the flood issues. I mean, we had this flood in 2022, a massive one. I mean, Lagos has it all the time. So I speak from what we have been doing because a lot of it we do internally. I think there's a place for PPP, private-public partnerships, but we looked at the best companies doing weather data, using satellites, AI-driven data analytics platforms. We also have over the gauges, which basically are sensors that you deploy along the drainage systems. And areas where we see flood, we put them basically close to our towers and we try to sense where there's flooding. And because we have infrastructure that does communication, we can backhaul all that data, but we're not a software company. So we look for people that do the analytics and do the big data, and they publish this in dashboards. So I feel there is a sense for participation at the state level, although a lot of the weather gathering regulations are at federal. I think weather is very, very localized. It is something the state needs to get involved with, right? Because when you talk of flood systems, these problems are at the state level. But the responsibility is at federal, which is clear. But we see those gaps in our engagements with both federal and state. And we think it's an area we're willing to contribute as a company. The financing, and I'll speak to that for a few minutes, getting weather data is very, very expensive. It is not cheap. We looked at the costs. There needs to be a return of capital somewhere. So, I mean, last 2 weeks I was at a conference and I spoke about electricity markets, and I said, why don't we create climate markets, where you basically create a market where there is a freemium model for weather data and basically providing climate resilience information to people for free, and there is the place where you make money. Because if I also speak based on our research, some of the power companies in Nigeria, and if you look at their budget, some want to spend 300 million naira on weather data for power infrastructure. So there is a place to play where you can get capital to finance those very big weather data needs, and then you also provide those kinds of analytics and information for free to people, right? I mean, the flood in Lagos, you can just broadcast alerts to everybody in Lekki and say the flood level is at this level. And these are very practical things that don't take maybe 6 months to deploy, 1 year, and it's running. So
thank you so very much, Omar. I want to believe that my colleagues at Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency is listening. Are listening rather, because it did make mention of certain elements, and basically the need or their plan to collaborate with Lagos State. And I also want to be sure that we have a representative of the Ministry of Science and I think MIST and Technology also here. Of course, we need to take advantage of some of this opportunity, because what we'll be trying to do here is to extract values from the panel. Thank you so much, Omar. We will definitely get back to you, especially with respect to the areas of research and development on new climate initiatives. Thank you so much. I'm not going to speak, I'm not going to call Dr. Olajide, I would like to land my questions on him because I know a lot is ongoing in his MDA. So I would like to go to Prof. Let me let you rest a bit, right? Thank you. So I'd like to go to Prof. Prof, again, we're looking at the need for us to support SMIs. They drive the system. So what innovative solutions do you think we should be looking at, especially with respect to burgeoning the SMIs, to support the system in a manner that we will be looking at taking it from the base instead of just being elitist in our approach? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I want to acknowledge the excellent presentation we've had this afternoon. I'm going to address your question directly, but I also want to prefix that those my comments with a more general comment about just how far we have gone in Lagos State. I attended the first climate change summit here. I was in South Africa then. I was executive director of one agency in South Africa. And I was invited from South. This is like maybe 2010 or 2011. 2010. Okay. So we're talking about what we have not done, and there's a lot that we have not done, and that we need to do. But we must acknowledge what we have done. Lagos State has no comparable. There is no city in all of Africa that even comes close in terms of what we have done in Lagos State, in terms of our preparation for climate change. And I work globally. I think that if you look at the 10 largest countries, cities globally that have seriously addressed the issue of climate change, in terms of preparation and preparedness, Lagos State, if you know what you're talking about, must be counted among one of those top 10 global cities. And so I want to commend the leadership of the state, prior and present, and some of them are seated here. Actors have come and gone, folks have retired, commissioners have come, and your Honorable Commissioner Wahab, you've been more in the background, providing a lot of support for what your predecessors have done in terms of getting us to this stage. So I want to thank you, but I want to also single out our previous commissioners, including Barrister Tunji Bello, who we worked very, very closely with. And one person who has helped to guide all of this from behind is Professor Babajide Alo. And please, ladies and gentlemen, give this man a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Coming to your question. The hat I am wearing here today is as a senior consultant and advisor to the African Development Bank Climate Change and Green Growth Department. So I'm going to answer that question directly. We as a bank have several initiatives that have recently come on board for supporting SMEs, in terms of climate action and providing financing. The climate finance gap, as that many people have talked about here today, is real for Africa. It's very real. very intentional efforts are being made as we speak now. In fact, let me mention that we're talking about mobilizing private finance here today. Okay? One of the priorities of the president of the bank when he came on board was to develop a new initiative called the AFAC, Africa Financial Alliance on Climate Change, to mobilize the private sector across the board, across the continent, to become themselves prepared and engaged, but also to become investors in this space. And so my comment here, I have a couple of comments, but let me just address that, to say that Lagos State is the leading financial hub on this continent. And so we have an opportunity. That lane is open. That lane of mobilizing private sector finance is open. Nobody else is really playing there effectively. The African Development Bank is through AFAC. We're in the process right now of building the architecture for that lane. And I think that the Lagos State has an opportunity there to come on board and become a leading player in that lane for mobilizing private sector finance. And in doing that, the state itself will profit significantly. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please, can you please give him a big round of applause? Thank you. I was going to go to Mr. Aribabu first, but I think based on your submission, Prof, I may like to go back to Mr. Adegoke. If you listen to Prof carefully, he's talking about a gap between the study and implementation. If we're going to be talking about any state or city that has been well studied, where we have a lot of documentations with respect to recommendations, it is Lagos State. I'm speaking from both sides as a staff and also a consultant. Now, what do you think is the impediment for us, preventing us from moving from all these studies to full implementation based on your experience in the environment market? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I referenced some of it earlier in my speech, and is around understanding the psychology of financing and how those can be leveraged to achieving what we're actually working towards. Yes, you can have studies and studies and studies, but what really moves the needle is, do you have the right local capacity to start to translate that from a formulation, i.e. strategy formulation, to strategy execution? Clarity of purpose, clarity of project management, and the capacity to deliver it. Beyond that, though, is how are you going to fund it? And to get the financiers on board, you must be speaking their language. You must speak their language in a way that resonates, in a way that understand that there is no love lost, where there is economic driver, i.e. there's money to be made, financing will show up. Or where there are environmental requirements or perhaps regulatory requirements, money will show up. I think knowledge sharing is another aspect, because and continuity. And I think Prof referenced it earlier, and it's quite profound the way Prof mentioned that Lagos State is renowned for continuity. Rather than reinventing the wheel every time you come in, it doesn't send the right signal to the financiers or to the private sector. So continuity, knowledge sharing, how do you optimize what you have? But most importantly, how do you attract the right funding, the right local capacity to start to move the needle towards implementation and away from just the formulation, as the case may be.
So basically what is coming out of your submission now is for us to be able to move our projects from just planning and making them bankable to be attractive.
Absolutely, and supported with the right capacity,
Thank
local
you very
and
much.
international.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can see online one of our discussants, Mr. Sheyi Oshiemi. Sheyi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sheyi. Sheyi is the GM of Transit Management Charlotte. He's joining us from the United States. We'll say a very big thank you for being interested in us. Sheyi has moved around in the transport environment. Sheyi, based on your experience, having worked globally and also having served the state of Lagos before you were, I don't want to use the word jackpot, or you are stolen from us, or you ran away. What do you think, because you need to come back, you must come back. So what do you think we should be doing differently? Looking at it from the angle of intergovernmental collaborations, and speak to us from the angle of your experiences, having served different climes, and what you left behind, and what you expect to see, and how we can get there. Thank you, Sheyi. You have the floor.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Lawal. I think it's common knowledge that public transportation actually contributes the majority to, in terms of greenhouse gases. Everybody's spoken about what has been going on in Lagos and the achievements being made over the years, and I will say yes, that is true. There is, in terms of, and I'll speak from public transportation point of view, there is a lot which the state is doing. There is continuous investment in infrastructure, which we've continued to see. The rail, for example. When you come to the bus system, I think there is still a lot more to be done. Yes, there are lots of conversation going on around how does the state transition? Should we move into electric buses or CNG gases? And yes, again, there is a policy which has just been launched recently by the State Ministry of Transportation, which thankfully for the first time, we actually have a transport policy in place. How much that transport policy speaks to issue of energy transition in public transportation, I'm not sure. But the reality is that investment in electric buses or electrification cannot just be left in the hands of the private sector, because there's nowhere in the world where you've seen private companies who have just taken it upon themselves without government support to start investing in electric buses or CNG gases. So I think eventually the government as a whole, we also spoke about regulation, and that's where also regulation comes in. Lagos State government would actually eventually need to decide what role it actually wants to play in the transition of the bus fleet in Lagos. An opportunity was lost in 2015 when the previous administration brought in 850 buses. That would have been an opportunity to actually begin to think about alternative fuel. But unfortunately, at that time, we were only able to bring in buses which were Euro 3 diesel standard. And if people don't know Euro 3, so in terms of diesel, you even have emission standard in diesel. So they've improved over the years. Now they're in Euro 6. We are still operating in Euro 3 in Nigeria because of poor quality diesel. So in 2015, we actually imported 800 buses of 20-year-old technology to run in Lagos. With the likes of Dangote coming on board with the refinery, I believe that we should be able to start having better diesel quality in Nigeria anyway. So even if people still want to bring in diesel, we can now begin to talk about Euro 6. But ultimately, there isn't, what is not clear from what I see from the state is there is no clear articulated framework on how the state government actually intends really to fund public transportation. When I say fund, and it goes beyond just actually building up this infrastructure, how do you maintain and operate them in the longer term? Because again, you can go buy electric buses. You still have to replace the battery. The battery is almost like 70% of the cost, and an electric bus alone costs you almost about $300,000. And to replace the battery probably will cost you maybe about $150,000 to $200,000 to replace the battery. So where is the money going to come from? We cannot continue to rely on passenger fares to pay for some of these maintenance and operations costs, because Lagos in itself, by index, Lagosians pay almost about 70% of their household income on a monthly basis on public transportation, which is one of the highest in the world. The international benchmark is about 10-15%. That's what you get. So clearly, from a policy perspective, a lot needs to be done. Government needs to, and I'll give you examples of what is going on here in other parts of the world. Where in the US, for example, the FTA, which is like the Federal Transit Administration, which is a federal agency, is actually committed $1.7 billion to electrification of bus fleet across the US. In addition to that, you also have sales tax being raised across the state in different states and different cities, which is actually now being used to pay for maintenance and operations of public transit systems. So where you get federal funds to actually build infrastructure, but the state and cities have to then raise taxes locally to ensure that these systems are being funded. So as we talk about climate finance, electrification, I think we ultimately have to also think about how do we sustain the infrastructure we're building, the assets we are acquiring, because it's not just about buying assets, it's not just about building infrastructure. We need to start building systems. And I think that is what, again, has always been lacking. We see every administration come and go, they buy buses, they build infrastructure, and another 7-8 years, all those infrastructure are gone, somebody else comes in again, starts all over again. So we need to start thinking long-term, how do we build systems? So that should be the approach, and that should be the thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheyi. Thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause for him. Basically, Sheyi has spoken to one of the studies that have been carried out. And I recall during a session of this nature, somewhere in Marrakesh, we were all asked what is the biggest emitter of greenhouse gas in our different cities. And guess what everybody kept on saying? Transportation, transportation, transportation. So they were expecting Lagos State to come up and say transportation, but I gave them the shock of their life. And guess what I said? The biggest emitter of GHG in Lagos State today is no longer transportation, because transport environment has been doing a lot of work to get that particular space cleaned up and sanitized. The biggest emitter of GHG in Lagos State today are the solitary energy producers, that is the generators in our houses. It will shock you. I'm sure some of us will start thinking there are three majors. One is the solitary energy producers that produce about 55.5% of the total GHG in Lagos State, followed by the solid waste management. That is another shock. So transport is on 19.1, and transport will continue to go down. Do you know why? There's continuous and sustained improvement in transport infrastructure, even on the mobility vehicles as well. So these are some of the things we may need to take in. Now I'm back to the House. Thank you, Sheyi. I'll get back to you on your final thoughts. I'll be talking to my very good friend, Mr. Aribabu, and he's been, a very nice guy. He told me he's going to be nice. He's not going to be very harsh on us. So, Sheyi, we are looking at the environment. Sorry, Aribabu, we are looking at the environment with respect to monitoring some of our policies implementation. And we're asking ourselves, how do we ensure adequate monitoring and evaluation of the climate resilient contributions impact in the economies?
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to start from where the gentleman from IHS actually anchored his contribution. Why? Because at my organization in the last 3 years, we've been trying to get IHS and groups like as yours with the Nigerian Meteorological Agency to actually come to the table and discuss some of the things you have said you do here. So I am hoping that Lagos, being the proactive state, can possibly help us to break that ice, because there's a lot of infrastructure available at the private sector end that can help to improve access to climate information and climate data in Nigeria, which is quite very poor. I know it requires a lot of investment. I know the money has to come from somewhere. And I know somewhere in the mix also have to be CSR. But we need some proactive conversation around there, because having like 10 weather stations is not even a drop in the ocean. It's no drop at all. And compare that with the potential that we could have and the need. So there's a lot that could be done, and I'm hoping that the Lagos State government can proactively step into that space to help address it. Especially because climate information service is critical for food security. It's critical for every aspect of the Lagos economy, not just Lagos, Nigeria, but focusing here on Lagos. Access to climate information to plan agriculture from beginning of season, to plan when you do infrastructure, to plan transportation is critical. Preventing some of the accidents we see on our waterways, climate information services will come in, so we can't underestimate it. Coming back to your question, Bolaji, first let me say that I'm happy that it appears, and rightly so, that a lot of energy is coming back to the environment leadership space in Lagos, and we are starting to see some very bold steps like we used to see back then in the Banere days. Why do I say this? My organization is particularly happy at the ban on styrofoam and some of the clearing out of water, infrastructure and houses that are blocking the waterways. Lagos needed to have been doing this consistently over the years, so we are happy that that is coming back. Because that is where it all starts from. Little policies that impact lives, that saves the infrastructure investment that we make are critical. So when you ask private sector to come in with their money and they invest, for instance, in agriculture sector, or they invest in some other infrastructure, and there will be policies that ought to protect those infrastructure, and those policies do not come to life or are not implemented. So I'm happy. I asked a gentleman who should know earlier before coming on stage, and he told me that the ban on single-use plastic is continuing. The enforcement is continuing. So we are looking to more of such. Now, again, to answer your question, there are things that we expect that hopefully Lagos State will also help to take lead in terms of promoting innovative funding, innovative investments in climate resilience. One of it would be to help create, and they don't need to spend a lot of money to start this, because already Lagos has a lot of technical schools. You have higher institutions here in Lagos. We need innovation and technology hubs. You see, a lot of climate resilience technology exists around the world. They are open sources that can be grabbed and adapted for your local community. But information gap is there. The incentive for our young people to bring themselves into that space, contribute positively, help in the adoption and adaptation of some of those technologies are not there. And that is why I will put my weight solidly behind the earlier suggestion during the youth session that there should be an innovation fund for Lagos, one that will not be cumbersome to attract. Because if Lagos is able to do this, not only will other states copy from Lagos, but it will also open our system that we are ready to receive bigger ideas. Because when small ideas are allowed to flourish, they manifest in bigger things. So I'm urging that Lagos State will be able to take lead in doing this. But more importantly, really, and I would like to plead with the Honorable Commissioner and the leadership of Lagos, is that Lagos has a resilience office. It has a resilience strategy document. We should encourage both CSRs and investments to work with that document. For different communities in Lagos, resilience means different things. Of course, some things are shared, but there are some peculiarities. Can we tailor CSR of private sector companies? Can we incentivize investments to work in line with that document so that we can have contributory and continuous growth in various aspects of the city of Lagos. Lastly, which I would like to say, is that Lagos needs to help incentivize that investments go towards areas, whether in agriculture, whether in transportation, whether in housing, that really strengthens communities, put in place infrastructures that will aid resilience. So what do I mean by that? Banks are coming in, companies are coming in. Can we incentivize them? For instance, Lagos is largely a coastal community, meaning that some of our areas that we are developing are wetlands. You drive around Lagos, you see places that are prohibited to be built. They are being built. People need houses. People will build. But can we incentivize to ensure that such investment will respect the nature of that area that they are going to develop? So what is the physical planning requirement for such areas? Can we incentivize those investors who will build according to the requirements of such areas in a way that protects our environment? Same thing for agriculture, same thing for the transport sector. If we're able to do this, then Lagos will continue to lead in terms of being a resilient city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sulaiman Aribabu. You know, the beauty of this discussion, it kept on bringing up the fact that Lagos has gone 1,000 miles. When he was talking about the need for us to set up, to create innovation hubs, to incentivize young guys and the like, the very first thing that came to my mind is Lagos State Science, Research and Innovation Council. We have it. It's thriving, but definitely we will need more support and private sector collaboration. And one of their major focus is in the the space, talking about the climate change, food security, water conservation, and flood management. So, Omar, we're still going to talk after this plenary. Now I'm going to land it big. And there's a reason why I have to leave my boss and my Egbon. He's been doing a lot of work behind the scene. You see Mr. Tokumbo Wahab in front, flanked on the left by Dr. Gaji, and on the right by Engineer Adebite, supported by my uncle Akodu. But there are some other people that are providing certain elements of support. And one of those agencies is the Office of EGIS and Urban Development. So in this, we will be asking him a very hard question. And I will throw the question very open. I know he's going to punish me after this. Sir, with respect to policy and regulatory frameworks that encourage investment in climate resilience, what is EGIS doing? And what can our private sector participants here present, what can they take away from you, and how can they collaborate with you, reach you, for Lagos State to be not just at the point where we are currently, for us to be able to come back next year and count some of the recommendations that we are going to be making, the resolutions we're going to be extracting from this process, and say to ourselves, indeed, we've done well, but we can do better. Thank you, Dr. Olajide.
Odimole, thank you very much. You know, I don't know why you decided to put me last. You know, it's as if you expect me to say something important, but I'm not really sure that I have more important things to say than those that have spoken before me. And, you know, the lead speaker, you know, I really enjoyed your lecture. I took notes as a student. So I'm going to answer the question he has put to me in a very different way, probably come back to what he's asking. So, you know, you talked about the drivers. You're talking about accelerating private investment, you know, for climate resilience. You know, when you talk about climate resilience, we are talking about preparedness. We are talking of us trying to be like Boy Scouts. You know, if you are prepared for something, how do you respond to those things? You know, all of these things are very, very important. But something that I'm taking away from what you have said, which is very useful to all of us in Lagos State, will be the drivers. You talked about, the economy, you talked about the environment, and you talked about regulation. EGIS, is supposed to help, all the MDAs, with their regulatory framework, and also with the implementation of some of the agendas, and also, to check some things when they have to. But the most important thing for me is not related to EGIS. You talked about the social. And, I want to talk a little bit more about the social. So Professor Onibokun of blessed memory, and I know that Professor Babatunde Alo, worked with him a lot. One of the things that Professor Onibokun told us, when he was in a forum like this, he got up and said, the villages are the cleanest places in Nigeria. And people would just look at him, like, what is he talking about? When I can live in Lagos, why do you want to talk about Olode village where I come from as being clean? But what was Professor Onibokun talking about? Professor Onibokun was talking about the fact that everything that they produce, consume. Whether they plant yam, they peel the yam and eat the yam, and the back of the yam is given to their animals to eat. Whether it is in terms of how the environment look, just check. They don't have all those plastics and all of those things that Commissioner Wahab wants to remove. So the villages are clean. So when you read Professor Akimabo Guje's Yoruba Towns as well, you see he's talking about how, the place is organized. You've talked about planning. So, in terms of the way the Yoruba towns, has been set up, they are well planned. Let me go back to Onibokun. When they tell you that, a river, if you pour refuse inside the river, what they told you in those days, that the river will now come and fight you and your family. They tell you that when you cut a tree, you understand that it's problem. Don't go into the Igboro. Don't go into the forest to cut a tree. But these are ways, the social ways that the lead speaker was talking about, where we try to control the society. The Yorubos came and told us that, and then we now went there and we just started cutting the trees. And then they tell you, and all of a sudden now, you don't even believe that there's any evil forest anywhere, and there's no repercussion for what we do. So, with all of these things that look like we don't believe in them anymore, then comes technology. When I was coming into this room today, I was talking to somebody in California that Mr. Governor asked me to talk to. And the person was telling me that one of the billionaires here has invested $350 million in AI. And I was just asking myself, this person is a banker. What is his business with this? But he has invested that money and is waiting for myself, Tokunbo Wahab, and all the other ESCO members, including Lagos State, to come and tap into this investment. This is preparedness. Preparedness to make money from a situation or the situations that we find ourselves. Now, you're talking about EGIS. So this person definitely would be one of my customers. You understand in EGIS. Why? Because, with AI now, I was asking someone, okay, we have satellite technology. The most difficult thing about acquiring satellite imagery is the analysis. I've only found one GIS analyst that I'm working with in Lagos. Just one. So, in terms of analysis, so what am I going to do? I need to now train people to be GIS analysts, because when I collect the raw data, I cannot even use the data to check detection, for change detection, except I have a GIS analyst. But with AI, I may not need the GIS analyst. That technology will search through the entire system all over the world and give me the answers that I need, including tasking different satellites, to help the Ministry of Environment find out who are those people that are built in the path or in the right of way of our drainages. So what am I saying in essence? What is EGIS doing? You know, EGIS is one of those organs of government that has come to serve, to service, to help all the MDAs to achieve their goals. So with EGIS tomorrow, you know, because just yesterday, I called this GIS analyst and I said, you know what? I've just received something from Commissioner for Physical Planning. There is a particular church under the high tension. Please go, using our auto-photo and LiDAR images, give me all the properties in Lagos that are under high tension. Because we have the auto-photo, because we have the LiDAR images, it is possible for us within minutes to actually identify all those properties that are under high tension. And I know that this information will not only be useful to Commissioner for Physical Planning or the General Manager of the Lagos State Building Control or the General Manager of the Lagos State Physical Planning Permit Authority. It's also useful to the Commissioner for Energy sitting down in front of me. So this is what EGIS does. It is Enterprise Geographic Information System. You know, and I want to use this opportunity, you know, to thank the governor, you know, Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, because, you know, he's not just an administrator. You know, he's not just a banker. You know, people do not know that he's a developer, and he is also a computer guru because he was in the IT world before he became governor. So with the investments that we're having, you know, in EGIS, we are going to help. You know, somebody was talking about the CRO, you know, the Chief Resilience Officer. You know, we're going to help the Chief Resilience Officer with a lot of data. So EGIS is only bringing data to everybody. You know, I mean, I saw a politician. He came out one day and said, you know what, I have brought data. Data is life. And I was looking at the person, what data? When I looked at him, he bought recharge card. I was distributing recharge card. Even that, you know, we can use for whistleblowing. You know, we have two products in Lagos now. One is called Capture Lagos. The other one is called Lagos Watch. You know, with Capture Lagos, we have in every local government about 100 neighborhood watch. And this is under the Ministry of Justice, by the way. So if we give them smartphones, if they take a picture of the lead speaker, that picture that is taken, the answer will go on our platform because we know the coordinates. So these people become whistleblowers. We give them, you know, the data is live. We give them the technology, which is the handheld device. We also have, you know, the Lagos Watch, which is like the big brother. Big brother is watching everybody. So now we have satellite technology and there's nowhere to hide. So when you are doing wrong things, we are seeing you. You know, if you look at the Ukraine war, nobody actually went to Ukraine to go and film those videos you see on CNN. It is enabled by satellite technology. I know you want me to stop, but the truth of the matter is that I'm telling you that with EGIS, you know, there's nowhere to hide. Thank you.
I said I'm going to get into trouble. I just lead the paper and it just, you know, it put me there on the spot. Sir, I can never stop you, sir. Because, you know, we are running against time. Thank you very much. That's Dr. Olajide Babatunde for you. It's the essay to the governor on EGIS and urban development. Thank you very much, sir. So we'll be rounding up now. Before I take my final summary, I would like to go back to Charlotte. Sheyi, your punchline. What do you want us to leave
thank
with?
you. Thank you, Mr. Loha. My parting shot will be, as we think about transitioning public transportation into renewable energy, I will implore all our policymakers to, one, think about scale and how we can make maximum impact. Because, as I say, there are 1,000 ways to skin a cat. We're trying to reduce emissions, but we also need to understand that the biggest problem facing Lagosians is in terms of supply. People don't have access to public transportation system. So if you're going to invest in gas or electric buses or whatever you want to do, you need to ensure that whatever systems you're investing in gets is of maximum benefit and can be deployed at scale. There's no point trying to bring in technology that is too expensive, that cannot be deployed at scale, that then does not that does not offer the maximum benefit to the citizens. So scale is something we need to think about. There are various ways of getting of reaching net zero, achieving reduction in greenhouse gases, but we need to think about scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What is coming up there is sustainability and affordability, basically. So I'd like to go to Umar. Umar, your parting shots.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so yeah, for us, I think we're open to partnerships. We contribute a lot to CSR, and we believe that the climate, one of our main sustainability goals is to be able to actually reach net zero as a business by 2030. So we have a lot of commitments that we have made as a company, IHS. So we hope the government can set up the right policies, the right regulatory environment, and we have a lot of ideas. We spend a lot of time thinking through, and we believe that those partnerships are key, and the investment will come once we have the right policy framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Move now to Mr. Goke. Is it your parting shot?
Thank you. I think it's just a recap of some of the fantastic contributions so far, which is that a safer, more resilient, more sustainable Lagos is a must. Is how do we leverage the levers that we have in terms of innovation, private sector involvement, and stakeholder engagement to accelerate our effort in achieving a resilient Lagos. That is sacrosanct. I believe we're on the right path. I believe there's a call for everyone to be involved. It's not just a government responsibility. It's a stakeholder's responsibility. We all need to stand up and be counted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof?
So my final comments here would be comments to the Honorable Commissioner himself. We have met once in person in your office. Thank you for graciously seeing us. There are some things we cannot say here for obvious reasons, so we will seek to re-engage with you. But the African Development Bank is the largest funder of climate action on this continent. Okay? We deploy our own resources, and then we also have extensive capacity to pull in money from globally. We have a window. We have a window, and it's a one-year window. That window is going to close within 1 year. We will talk about the details of that. We have to leverage. We have to, the stars are aligned in favor of Nigeria and Lagos State in a way that it has never been aligned in the 60-year history of that bank. And that alignment is going to shift next year. We will talk some more.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sulaiman?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to implore the Lagos State government and, of course, also the Honorable Commissioners present to kindly help our communities to stay sustainable, help community people to stay in communities. The lead speaker spoke about a community in Badagry. I'd like to talk about a community in Ekpe. I'm sure the Honorable Commissioner is aware, Ibuti Afuye community. Lagos State, World Bank, and Nigeria have spent hundreds of millions to put infrastructure in that place for people's livelihoods. However, of late, that community first was bedeviled by land grabbing by the Nigerian army, and then their fishes in the cage culture that Lagos State has been championing was also destroyed by activities of some sand miners. Now, these are the kind of things that makes communities not to be sustainable. that make young people want to leave communities. We need you to help them. Thank you very much for the good work you are doing in Lagos.
Thank you, Mr. Aribabu. Before I go back to my essay, we would like to take just 2 questions from the floor. But there's a question here that the essay will need to respond to. And sir, I know I'm in trouble, but at least let me get into trouble properly. What is the state's program in ensuring climate-friendly development, and what are the incentives that the public should be looking out for?
Okay.
Before your closing shot. Thank you, sir.
So we're working with the Ministry of Environment. I've talked, very much with the Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources. We are we're coming up with what you call the Green Building Initiative. So when you drive by Alausa, you'll see a small building just by the Ministry of Environment and Physical Planning. So it's not inside physical planning. Neither is it in the Ministry of Environment, but it's just a standalone. We're now trying to get together a crop of staff. And, thanks to the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, particularly under my brother Onimole, we have now been able to get EDGE certification for up to 5 of our staff. The Ministry of Environment itself is now currently trying to build some new hospitals. These hospitals are going to be green buildings. And because they're going to be built green, it means that they're able to get grants, to ensure that with our, dwindling finances, we're able to get grants internationally so that we're able to address the issue of healthcare by putting in place the necessary infrastructure. So for the general public, everybody, everybody wants to build up everything that they have. Nobody really believes in those houses that you find in Ikoyi, where you have trees and you have even swimming pools and a couple of all those things for recreation. Everywhere is now being built up. It's all concrete. So now you can apply for a green building. For you to get that approval, it must pass through EDGE certification, where you are going to have staffs of LAPCA, LASPA, the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Physical Planning, who will be looking at your drawings to ensure that it qualifies, for green building application. So, it's not just you having trees alone. Even the type of air conditioning and a couple of things that you put into your building, or if you try to even remove air conditioning and you put polystyrene around your building that keeps the building kind of like cool, and you submit that for approval, you are going to be able to get a waiver from the governor of Lagos State up to 10%, just to encourage people to build green. Because if we don't incentivize this, I really do not know how we are going to encourage people to try to adopt this principle.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We are going to take just 2 questions, but one of the questions have been taken already by the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources. So we take one more. They said we are gender-centric in Lagos. Commissioner first. Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My brother, IHS, thank you so much. So I'm glad my PAMSEC is here, Engineer Mahmoud Adegbite. I'm glad Engineer Awe is here. Engineer Sumba, I saw her, I think she's around. Okay, Engineer Sumba is here. So don't worry, I know most of my directors very well. Those 3 would need us to sit down together with you. This your technology about flood alertment is very critical for us as a state. We can't be everywhere. Let me be honest with you. In the past 24 hours, we've had interventions based on whistleblowing. But if we have a technology that can help Engineer Sumbo's team, that's EFAG, Emergency Flood Abatement Gang Group, know where to quickly intervene, we've solved half of our problem as a state. There will be flash flooding everywhere. all over the world. Don't let us faff around it. In the UK, in the US, let us not. Dubai got flooded. There will be flash flooding. 2-3 hours is gone. But if we can mitigate it with that technology, Engineer Sumbo is always willing. And I'll always make myself available to support them. They are the ones that run the system. From the clerk in that ministry to the directors to the PAMSECs, they run it. I just make myself available to support the system, myself and the SA to the governor. So we are willing, we can have that conversation today. We've had one in the past few minutes on our waterworks, HOS. We've been very worried, all of us have been very worried. The young man was here yesterday on the panel. Dr. Banire, the young man was here, and they have what we are looking for. What some of us have been clamoring for. We just want to fix those old pipes, taking water out of our waterworks. Let us find one that has a technology that can track and signal if there's a leakage somewhere. And we're having conversations. And I'm glad the chairman of my committee in the assembly is also here. He's been very worried about it. And the new MD, young, versatile MD of our waterworks, and the ED are ready. So we'll thank you for this, but be rest assured, I'm going to sit on you, put your leg to fire through MTN and my other friend I mentioned to you. We want to do it. We want to do it ASAP. Prof, we can have that conversation from today. And I'm glad you're around from Kansas. Whatever Lagos needs to do to get support, we'll do it, sir. Whatever. If we've been begging them at the federal level to give us a special status, and they are still pussyfooting about it, we'll still go beyond the realm of duty, whatever we have to do. Lagos is not just a state. Lagos is having 10% of the population in here and growing daily. That accounts for something. We just 3,577 square kilometers of land. A third of that is water. So all the support we can get, African Development Bank, Afrexim, Prof, I will make myself available. The PAMSECs are here. Dr. Gaji and Engineer Adigbite, and the directors are here. Whatever, I can assure you, we'll do it. If it means getting the governor and deputy fully involved from tonight, we'll do it. And I'm glad Egbon is here, Mr. Soji Agbade. So we'll do it. Mr. Arigbagu, you know, I'm a local boy. I'm from the rural part of Lagos. You understand? So the picture you painted, I'm familiar with it. And the day it happened, we dispatched our people there. It involved not just our ministry. That's the painful part. But I'm glad my brother from Waterfront also is involved. One of my bonds in one of our agencies, Shesola Iwaju, has been involved. I'm from that Ekpe town. I'm going back there from tomorrow night for the next 10 days. Then Mojokosi. And we'll find a lasting solution. It just tells you our realities. Like my brother said, Badagry on the west, Ekpe on the east, they are peculiar. In between, we have our own challenges. And I'm glad the PS land is here. A lot of things we have to do, we have to keep doing. People are usually badly behaved when there are no consequences. But we are not afraid to take hard decisions. Some of them will hurt our friends, but it's for the overriding public good. And I'm glad my brother, the SC on urban development, is also here. He's a very stubborn brother, but he's doing some things right. And we have to keep working together. And my brother, Energy, HC Energy, tough decisions have to be made. Very tough ones. Shehu is here. MD Lamata is here. We have conversations. We don't want Lagos, the next 10 years, they'll start abusing us. Let it go. So be rest assured, we'll keep having the conversations. I'm not just a talk person. I will do the right thing. I will put myself in there and we'll solve the problem. So thank you, everybody, and take it from here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. What the honorable
Let me just add to the fact that Mr. Arigbabu and IHS, I think you are looking for how to link each other. So we will be the linkage because we are also looking for you actually, particularly on the part of the weather market that you mentioned. Just about last week, I was still talking to someone. We are thinking of deploying even AI to start because on a daily basis, we do put out weather forecasts from Lagos State itself. So we are now even going further to deploy AI, but the issue of financing is a major, major thing because we are looking at how many people are going to start using it. Because if you want to deploy AI for 20 million people on a daily basis, I think you know what costs that's going to be. So it's one of the challenges we are looking at. And also because, again, weather station, we have about 2 or 3 weather stations, but it is not enough. I am surprised to hear that you have multitude of weather stations around. So please, immediately after this, you heard what Honorable Commissioner just mentioned. We need your services. We need to have a conversation around it to put these things together and then be able to just say, yes, we got something out of this place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know what? I think I need to brag a little bit. We have bureaucracies everywhere, but here we are breaking bureaucracy. Responses has been gotten immediately. We don't need to fill a form. We don't need to sit on a file. You are getting the response immediately. We call it an a la carte type of response. So when you work with a responsive government, why wouldn't you be at your best at all times? No, just tell me. Thank you, Mr. Tokumbawa. I'm very grateful. Sorry, we have a hand up there. Can someone help? No, I think there's a mic. Yeah. No, we are only taking one. One.
Yeah, thank you. Standing on all existing protocols, I'll just throw this out for stakeholders. I'm Prince David Omawami from the Eco Restoration Foundation. So this summit is awesome. Everything is added up.
Thank you very much.
Lagos State government. My point here will be going to the EGIS team, the Ministry of Environment, and the African Development Bank speaker. So Lagos State has lost over 10 kilometers of its shoreline in the last 50 years. And I'm addressing oceanification. Majority of the VI, Ikoyi, Lekki corridor is below sea level. And the rate of rising sea levels is a very big threat to the multi-trillion-dollar economy of Lagos. As we rally finance for climate change, I've just been wanting to listen to what the state government is thinking, the resilience plan to battle oceanification. One project, the Eco-Atlantic City, has done the Great Wall of Lagos around itself and safely tucked the Ahmadu Bello axis. However, it's important that we start to look at the Greater Wall of Lagos from Badagry to Ekpe and having other states across the coastal part of Nigeria emulate Lagos. Lagos is the only state I see that can drive that. So my focus here is about oceanification. Great job the Honorable Commissioner is doing clearing the waterways inside the city that is creating a flood menace. But I think we need to start looking at the ocean. The ocean is a clear and present threat to Lagos. And I believe that with all that we have said from this summit, we should start thinking very, very big. And thanks to the African Development Bank prof there, who's told our commissioner that the money is there. Secondly, is conservation. The EGIS team has told us that there's the big eye now. We can see everything. We will be appealing that we look at our urban spaces, look at our mangrove forests that is being wiped away every day. The mangroves are the natural buffer to tackle oceanification. And every step to protect them from construction, from the expressways, from the highways, we've lost 2,500 hectares of our mangrove swamps in Lagos. So if you can look at battling oceanification by building a concrete wall, it's going to cost billions and billions of dollars. The blue wall by mangroves will be the savior of our coast in Nigeria. So as we rally climate finance, these two topics I've brushed on should be looked into seriously by the Ministry of Environment. And I want to thank the Ministry of Environment for supporting the Mangrove Marathon, which is raising eco-awareness on the importance of the mangroves. The ministry headlined that Mangrove Marathon last year, and we are very, very grateful. So oceanification, mangrove protection, the fate of Lagos coastline. Thank you. Let's drive finance there.
Thank you very much. I don't think that's it's a comment. It doesn't need a response. So we have come to the end, and in coming to the end, I would like to quickly read out some of the items captured to us. I hope I'm able to do justice to it. So I think there are just about 8 or 9. So by accelerating innovation and private sector investment in climate resilience, we can actually go ahead to reduce vulnerability. Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry. He hasn't given his closing remarks. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so my closing remark, the Honorable Commissioner has said that I'm stubborn. So I have to prove that I'm stubborn by ensuring that I also give a closing remark. I don't want to be cheated. So, the first thing that I would like to say, I'm taking a lot of things from the lecture that you gave. Talked about safer cities. Safer cities is a concept. So we must embrace the safer cities concept. That is very important. And for us to embrace the safer cities concept, one of the things that we need to do in Lagos is to ensure that infrastructure must go ahead of development. It's very important. It's the other way around in a lot of our localities. The buildings, the developments go ahead of the infrastructure. You need to build out the roads, build out the drainages, do all of those things. Those are the things that can actually support climate resilience. It's not when a building is already under the road level. You are now thinking of how to drain it. And then when the floods come, then we now talk about flooding and loss of lives. So these are some of the things we really need to look at. So the Ministry of Physical Planning and the Ministry of Environment must ensure, that those things are done, ahead of any form of development. The other thing is that we're now talking about our urban policy. I think I've discussed this a lot with the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. We are looking into our urban policies where we really need to know what is it that we should have within our urban areas in Lagos State now. And also the building codes as well. That's also very important. Before now, we're talking of 3 to 4.5 meter setback on both sides of our building, 6 to 9 meter setback in front, minimum 3 meter setback at the back. Is it too much? Is it? Do we need to reduce it, or do we need to increase? When we think about the Dosemu fire, what happened? During that period, we had the fire trucks trying to get through the market, and because of the human and physical obstacles, they couldn't get through. You understand? So the fire hydrants, were they there? And then even when we got to the building, because of the fact that the setback was blocked, the fire truck could not go on the side and try to put their cranes up to put out the fire. So these are some of the things that we really need to start looking at now in terms of securing the environment. I want to stop here by saying that, we need to embrace the principle of enable. Talked about it. We need to enable people within their localities. The principle of adapt, sustain. Enable, adapt, and sustain. Sustainability is us being able to meet our needs without compromising the needs of future generations yet unborn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SC, EGS, and Urban. So I want to go and adapt on my seat by quickly reading out the takeaways from this particular session. And the very first one is the need for us to develop the right policy and regulatory frameworks that will encourage investment in climate resilience. Second one is for us to ensure that we have public-private partnerships to leverage funding and expertise, and that is already happening right here on this panel. Omar, thank you so much. God bless you. Of course, we need to also spend more on research and development of new climate-resilient technologies. What are we doing now? What can we do better to still extract the same value at a cheaper cost? Of course, we need to start thinking of the need for us to incentivize private sector investment. Of course, that will be by way of tax credit. Capacity building is key, and training for everyone, not only the civil servant, but for the communities as well. Finally, we also need to encourage climate resilient agriculture to sustain our food security. So this brings to close this very beautiful plenary. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Let me quickly invite the head of service, the chairman House Committee on the Environment. We have new commissioners also joining us. We also invite SA Environment as well as Honorable Commissioner for Transportation, Mr. Oluwaseun Oshiemi, and the WAPA, Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation counterpart, Mrs. Bolaji Dada. We'll have a group photograph. Our two permanent secretaries. Okay, we'll take it down here. And Dr. Muiz Banire as well. Mrs. Odene Ema, please join us. No, sir, let's have it downstairs, sir, so that the panelists will join, sir. Let's have a group photograph together. As we prepare to go into the breakout sessions, let me also recognize the Executive Chairman, State Universal Basic Education Board, Dr. Shitu Akim, is also in the hall. Dr. Shitu, sir, please join them, sir. Chairman Subeb, please join them, sir. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me also inform us that we're still going to have feedback forms for day 2. The QR code will be displayed so that we treasure your responses and Likewise, for those of us who have taken pictures or short videos, you can please tweet at us at #ClimateAction and #CleanerLagos. Please, for those of us with pictures of this event and short videos, you can tweet those pictures at #ClimateAction. The 3 breakout sessions that will run simultaneously. In the Victoria Room, we'll be discussing local financing, strategy for waste streams and climate change. While the Niger Room will be talking about multimodal transport system. While in the Kano Room, we'll be discussing investment forum. The 3 breakout sessions that will hold simultaneously. The first one will be at Victoria Room. We'll be discussing local financing strategy for waste streams. That is about waste streams and climate change. The Niger Room will talk about multimodal transport system, while the 3rd room, which is the Kano Room, will be for investment forum. Please let me inform us that the investment forum room, the Kano room, is not an open room. It's only for investors and people in that allied sector. So the other two are available for every other person. But the investment forum in Kano room will be restricted to only investors and members of the organized private sector. You can also tweet at us. We are on X at LASGMOE, as well as at Tokumbo_Wahab, as well as at Kunle_Adeshino. You can tweet at us for all that has happened at this event. Our X handles are at LASGMOE, at Tokumbo_Wahab, at Kunle_Adeshino. So once again, let me repeat, the Victoria Room will discuss local financing, strategy for waste stream, that is about waste streams and climate change. For the Niger Room, we'll be talking about multimodal transport system, while in the Kano Room, we'll be talking about investment forum, and it will only concern transport in the Niger room, sir. Kano room is for investment forum. That will be restricted to only investors and members of the organized private sector and those concerned. The waste sector will be discussed in the Victoria Room. Victoria Room is for waste, local financing strategy for waste streams. That will take place in the Victoria Room, while Niger Room will be for multimodal transport system. Kano Room is for investment forum. And please note, lunch will be served after the breakout sessions that will hold simultaneously. Let me repeat once again, Victoria Room is for local financing strategy for waste streams. We will talk about waste streams and climate change, while Niger Room will be for multimodal transport system. Please choose any of the two that relates to you, while the third breakout session will be in the Kano Room. We will talk about investments in the Kano Room. The three breakout sessions are holding simultaneously. The Victoria Room will discuss local financing strategy for waste streams and climate change, while Niger Room will talk about multimodal transport system. The Kano Room will talk about investment. Those are the three breakout sessions, and they are holding at the same time, simultaneously. And let me also inform us that later in the night, we'll have a gala night, and I've been told it's strictly by invitation. Once again, the three venues for the breakout session. The first one is Victoria Room. The topic is local financing strategy for waste streams and climate change. Niger Room will discuss multimodal transport system, while Kano Room will discuss investment forum. Those are the three venues for the breakout sessions. So please choose which one applies to you, but the investment waste is in Victoria Room. Local financing strategy for waste streams. Victoria Room. But note that for the Kanu Room, where we'll discuss investments, attendance may be restricted to only investors and members of the organized private sector. That is for Kanu Room.